All right, you guys want to go ahead and get started. So let me go ahead and unshare my screen and then reshare it so I can share my entire browser. All right. All right. So good morning, y'all. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. In the chat box, you will see the link to the presentation. I'm going to stick it back in there because I just admitted someone just now. So if you're just joining us in the chat box, you will find the link to the presentation and also the link to the attendance form for you guys to sign in virtually. We'll stick that throughout the meeting because if you come in after we stick it, you won't see the previous chat. So we apologize for flooding that over and over again with the same little link. It's just for those who come in, they don't see the previous link. So we have to continue to kind of post that for you guys. So once again, good morning. Just to let everyone know, the training is being recorded. So we need to let everyone know that before we start recording, it is being recorded and it will be made accessible at the end of the day. So today, day 1 will be recorded and day 2 will also be recorded. Okay, for you guys to go back, review, and just kind of brush up on some skills that y'all learned with us today. All right, so good morning. My name is Sahara Haney. I'm an instructional specialist with the EBR School Tech Integration Department, and we also have...
Good morning, I'm Nikki Washington. I'm also an instructional specialist with the Tech Integration team. And we're glad to serve you for the next 2 days. Hopefully you'll learn a lot of information and you'll be able to become Google certified.
All right, so in the chat box, for those who are just joining us, you will find the link to the presentation. This presentation is for y'all. We created a specific CSAL bootcamp presentation for you guys to access and to touch and to read and to review. That link is in the chat box. And we also have the attendance form for you guys to sign in virtually. So please make sure you sign in so we can go ahead and give that information to your principals and all of that, just as record that you guys are here and attending. If you're on the presentation or if you're going to go to it later on slide 4, we have a table of contents. This presentation is about 200, people still coming in. We have about 200 something slides. So to avoid you guys from having to scroll 1,001 times all the way down the presentation, we have a table of contents. So on slide 4, if you guys come here, you'll see different little links. If you click on the link for the word, a little hyperlink will pop up for y'all. Click on that and it takes you directly to that specific section. So this also kind of gives you guys an overview of what all we're going to cover the next 2 days. And it also just gives you, like I said, a quick little shortcut to get to the various portions of the presentation. I'm sorry, my dog decides to grab a toy while I'm trying to talk. I apologize. All right. For those that are just joining us, once again, in the chat box, you guys will find the link to the presentation as well as the link to the attendance form. We're going to go ahead and get started and continue to admit people who come in after. So the next slide, go ahead and present my screen for y'all. This next slide is basically an overview of all of the apps that we have on the assessment. So you'll see a brief kind of summary underneath every single app, and it looks like a lot. We're going to make this very easy and digestible for you guys over the next 2 days, so it won't be too overwhelming for y'all. But this slide is really good just to kind of see an overview of what's on the assessment, as well as just kind of learn more about it. A brief little summary of what that tool or app does. Everything on this slide will be tested. Everything but keep. So that's why we have a little red box around that specific tool, because that tool is not tested. But if you want to learn more about Keep, it's an awesome tool just to kind of research and learn more about it. I use it every day. I know Nikki also uses it. But every single thing else on this slide will be tested on the assessment.
Okay, you guys, before we start with our Google Bootcamps, we like you to do a self-assessment on where do you think you fall on the technology confidence graphic that we have here. Are you drowning like this little guy down here? You're in survival mode? Are you in mastery? You're able to swim a little bit. You're able to stay above the water. You okay? Are you at the level 3 impact mode where you're definitely making a difference in technology? Or are you super duper fancy and you're at a 4 innovation? You're definitely changing how technology is utilized in your classroom and at your building. So let us know. And we want to know, where do you fall on this graphic and why? So we're going to use what's called Google Jamboard. It's an interactive whiteboard that Google utilizes, that we can utilize, especially during this distance learning time, to help us model and do things, collaborate with our students, because it's one of our core apps. So what we need you to do, we can only have 50 people on one link at a time. So everybody doesn't have to go on link 1. Some people can go on link 2. And when you click on one of the links, it's going to automatically take you to the Jamboard. And just give us a second. We're in the country, so our internet may be going a little slow. The weather is bad today, and it's just going to take us a while today. Sorry. But this is what the Jamboard will look like. And when it pops up, why is it saying view on? Let's fix that. You're going to come on and you're going to actually type in your response here for us so that we can determine on the Jamboard and why. So rate yourself. Be honest with yourself. You don't have to. You can be truthful. Be honest with yourself. Tell us why that you would rate yourself, and just be honest, because at the end of the training, we want you to be better than what you were at first. And as you're coming in, please make sure you're muted as you access the presentation. Just make sure you're muted so we don't get that background feedback and noise as you're accessing the call. Thank you so much. All right. And over here on the left-hand side, you'll see your toolbar, and there's a little icon right underneath the little selector tool. That's a sticky note. And that's what you would click on to actually type in your response. Where do you fall on this graphic? Are you at survival mode? Why? Are you past survival mode, at the mastery, your impact, or you're at innovation? Go ahead and add it to the Jamboard and tell us why.
Nikki is still view only.
And it may be because, I don't know, because it's open on my end. So I don't know why is it doing that.
So we'll just have you guys type it in the chat box so we're not wasting any time. So in the chat box, you guys, go ahead and let us know where you think you fall on this graphic. Are you in survival mode? Are you in mastery mode? Are you in impact mode or innovation mode? So where do y'all think y'all fall on this graphic regarding technology or the Google universe, all their apps that we have within the Google suites?
If we have one brave soul, you can definitely unmute yourself and tell us why you're mastery or why you're at innovation.
Why? So we have a whole bunch of masteries. Y'all are rocking and rolling. I have one survival. Miss Perry's between 3 and 4. So impact and innovation. Y'all are great. We have a couple of survivals. Hopefully we'll get the survivals to the mastery or impact mode today and tomorrow.
Anybody would like to share why there? I see a lot of masteries. Why do you think you're at a mastery? Why did you rate yourself a 2 for mastery? Tell us why.
Solid impact, almost innovative. That's good. So those who are mastery, y'all could honestly probably take this assessment today. But of course, between today and tomorrow, y'all will kind of learn what is tested on the assessment. I still see a lot of between survival and masteries, and that's perfectly fine. No, this is a judgment-free zone, so it's perfectly fine if you're on survival. A lot of impact. So Miss Sterling says she doesn't use it a lot. It's kind of trial and error. Okay. Survivor, that's perfectly fine, Ms. Welsh. So y'all are kind of a good group. We have a mixture of survival, mastery, and we have a couple of 3s and 4s. Ms. Smith said between 1 and 2 because she doesn't use it that often. Okay.
Okay, so hopefully by the end of day 2, we'll have you at least, if you're moved up to the next level. So we don't want anyone at survival by day 2, you definitely want you at least at a mastery. And we're going to show you how easy and user-friendly the Google apps for education is. And they make it real easy and user-friendly for you as a teacher and for you as your students to use and collaborate. And hopefully, as we're going out this training through the next 2 days, you'll be able to see just what I'm saying. Instead of me saying it, you'll be able to see it with your own eyes.
All right, so a disclaimer notice. We kind of often include this in the training so that we don't have, I hear a little feedback. So make sure y'all are muted so we're not getting any noise feedback from your home. Let me see if I can meet somebody. Okay, here it is. All right. So disclaimer notice on the assessment, just to talk about how the assessment is made. The first 20 minutes, we're going to talk about just information about the assessment. And then we're going to jump into what y'all need to know on the assessment and start playing with the tools. So disclaimer notice, there are multiple choice questions on the assessment. So throughout today and tomorrow, while you're learning about each tool, make sure you're kind of making connections about how you could use this either with your students or just in education in general. And then, of course, to prepare for the assessment. So let's say you don't decide to take the assessment until end of July. Just how we tell our kids to study and review, same thing goes for y'all. So if you're going to wait until later on this summer or maybe 4th of July weekend or whatever, before the assessment, make sure you review the information in this presentation and you'll be good to go and have success in the assessment. These workshop norms really don't apply for y'all because we're in a digital environment. But just kind of remember to remain muted just so we're not having to keep saying that and we don't have that noise interference in the background. The chat box is here for you guys to ask any questions that y'all may have. And it's going to be a little bit kind of not necessarily intense, but we're going to have to move at a kind of uncomfortable pace for some. But we are recording this session and it will be made available at the end of today for day 1 and then the end of tomorrow for day 2. And then, of course, just have fun. It's going to be a little overwhelming at times for those who are in survivor mode, but we're here to provide support. I'm here. Nikki's here. Whenever one of us are not talking, the other one will be in the chat box providing assistance. So use the chat box to ask any questions.
All right, how our boot camps work? Well, normally we're face-to-face, but of course we're all faced with distance learning. So with our distance learning and our boot camps, it's still kind of the same pace. So our level 1 boot camp is very intensive, especially on day 1, because we cover those heavy hitter apps that people really don't like on those first days. So it's very intensive, we should say. And it covers all of those apps, like I said, that you need to know for level 1 certification. So on day 1, just to give you a heads up, we are going to cover some heavy hitters today.
So how will the bootcamp be formatted? So we've already kind of talked about what tools we'll cover between today and tomorrow. But as you can see right here, it's a laundry list of things we're going to cover between today and tomorrow. Like Nikki just said, day 1, we typically cover the hard hitters. So Drive, Docs, Google Sheets, Google Forms. Tomorrow, we kind of cover the lanyard tools like Classroom, Slides, etc. Typically, while we're presenting the bootcamp in a face-to-face environment, you will be on your computer following along and doing the things that we do on the big screen. The same thing kind of applies here. However, if it's too much for you to keep going back and forth between tabs to follow along, don't stress out. Remember, we're recording this for future reference, and we will be in the chat box to provide support. So typically, we do recommend you guys to follow along if you have another device or if you're comfortable going between tabs. If not, feel free to just watch our screen because we're going to show you guys how to do everything on our screen. After each tool covered, you will complete a performance task, kind of as just extra practice to test your knowledge. The performance tasks are not required. They're just extra kind of practice for you guys because you will have performance tasks on the actual assessment. Make sure you're using Google Chrome. So as you can see, I have all the browsers right here. We have Internet Explorer, Safari, Firefox if you're on a Mac. I'm on a Mac and I'm using Google Chrome, okay? Google Chrome works the best with all of the Google apps because Google made it. So of course I can access it on Firefox. I can access it on Safari. I can even access Google stuff on Internet Explorer. But oftentimes teachers come to us saying, hey, I'm trying to do Google Classroom, but it's preventing me from doing X, Y, Z. Okay, what browser are you using? I'm using Internet Explorer. That's why. Typically, the Google apps and tools work the best with Google Chrome. Okay, so make sure that you're currently right now you're using Google Chrome, and just in the future, use Google Chrome. It's so much easier to use. And I'm gonna show you guys some shortcuts on why Google Chrome is the bomb.com.
All right, why should you use Google? Well, there is a million reasons why you should use Google. First of all, Google lets you access it anywhere, anytime. So you can access it from your cell phone, from your laptop. You could be on vacation in Jamaica right now, and I could still be here on Google with you guys accessing this information. So I love the fact that Google gives me that anytime access anywhere. Collaboration. Google is big on collaboration. You'll hear us say this all day today. We're going to talk about collaboration because that is one of their goals and their focuses, and that's in their mission. They want you to collaborate with your students. They want you to collaborate with your friends and your family and work together. They don't want you to ever feel lonely in this process. So collaborate with others. Autosave. This saves everyone's life at some point in given time, because I don't know if you guys have ever used Microsoft and you've forgotten to hit that save button and you get home and you didn't save that information, you didn't upload it or anything, you had to start over. Google is a lifesaver with that auto save, because once it auto saves and I go and access this information from another location, I can pick up wherever I left off. That is a time saver and a lifesaver for educators. We have so many testimonies about using Google and that auto save. It just saves your life. I can go on and on about that. Free cloud storage in East Baton Rouge Parish. We have free cloud storage, unlimited cloud storage, I should say. So we're able to save all of our information in the cloud for free, unlimited. So I'm sure you have the same thing. Revision history. That is a game changer as far as I'm able to see who revised documents, who made edits to the documents. It gives me time stamps of who, when, where, and who did those information. So that's great. And also I can take that information and have templates from it. So that's a great resource to use as well. And if you're still stuck in Microsoft, it's no problem. You can import and export those documents in and out of your Google Drive. You can definitely change. I can easily change a Microsoft document, upload it to my drive and change it to a Google Doc, and vice versa. I can change a Google Doc into a Microsoft document. So you do have those capabilities at all times. And of course, if you're trying to go paperless, then you should definitely go towards Google. It's definitely going to be the resource to use. And it's going to save you time. You can create filters, labels, you have search bars, and you can store items in your drive for easy access. Google is a wonderful resource. I've switched over, transitioned to Google for like 5 years now. I rarely access Microsoft, and I'm really not trying to look back. I love the Google Suite for Education. It's just a wonderful resource to have, and it's really saved my life and saved me a lot of time doing a lot of things as an educator.
So let's talk about the various forms of certification. So our district and EBR, we have a really big push for Google certification, because we have found that if you get certified, you kind of have more buy-in to use it with your students. So the first level is level 1, of course, and that's why you guys are here today. Level 1 is to showcase the proficient use of Google tools, and it's valid for 3 years. Level 2 is the next level, and it kind of takes those things that you learn in level 1 to the next level. And the purpose of that is just to showcase the expert use of Google tools. So it's more about how to use Google tools to innovate your classrooms, innovate what you're doing with your students, etc. Same thing is valid for 3 years. Why do y'all think level 1 and level 2 are both valid only for 3 years and you have to recertify after the 3rd year? Put it in the chat box if you think you know the answer. So just to kind of restate the question, why do y'all think level 1 and level 2 are both only valid for 3 years? You have to recertify after the 3rd year. Not everybody at once in the chat box. Yes, Miss Smith, technology is always changing. And Google, when I tell y'all it is constantly changing, it is always changing. So you may be in Google Calendar at 8 o'clock this morning, and then by 10 o'clock, something brand new has been pushed out. They don't really let us know what's going to happen, what updates are happening, but Google is constantly changing. Technology is constantly changing. So to keep basically relevant with what's going on and to keep updated, they do require everyone to recertify after every 3 years. So just be mindful of that. Once you guys become level 1 certified, it's going to expire in 3 years from that date. After y'all become level 1, level 2 certified, if you want to be fancy, you can become a certified trainer. And with that certification, you're able to continue to train other people on Google. So that is, it doesn't really expire, but they do give you requirements that you have to meet every year. Basically, just to kind of sum it up, you have to provide at least 12 trainings throughout the whole year, etc. So you can go to that next level once you become level 1, level 2 certified. And we do have a boot camp for that if y'all are interested. And then the last level, which is kind of equivalent to trainer, is the innovator level. You kind of work closely with Google. It's a very elite cohort. Only about 40 people in the US are chosen every single year, so it's a little hard to get into that. But you're able to work with someone from Google, kind of a mentor, and they allow you to kind of share your innovative idea with the world. So you have to kind of come up with a resolution or a solution to a problem in education. So innovator is the last level. Of course, right now we're only focusing on level 1, so don't worry about the other 3 levels right now. But just remember, level 1 is just basic use of Google. I tell everyone all the time that if you use Google on a day-to-day basis, you're probably going to pass level 1. If you have never or you rarely use Google, you may kind of struggle a little bit. So just be mindful that it is just the basic or proficient use of Google tools. On this slide, we have just a kind of a summary of some information for level 1 and some tips to pass. So like I said, it showcases proficient use of Google, so just basic knowledge of the Google apps and tools. This exam is $10 to take. It's fairly cheap, so just a $10 investment. Of course, if you don't pass, you have to repay that $10, so just be mindful of that, but it is a $10 exam. I'm gonna show you guys some little pro tips and some little shortcuts when we talk about Google Chrome, but something that you guys can do is to pin your tab to help you kind of go through your test. We'll talk more about that in a couple of minutes. Once you register for the exam, Google will send you a link and a testing login and password. Once you receive that information, you only have a week to take the assessment. So be mindful of that. Okay, so if you don't plan on taking it until July 4th, don't pay for it tomorrow because you're only going to have a week to take the assessment. If you decide to pay for it today or tomorrow and you don't want to take it until July 4th, that money will be a donation to Google. You will not get that money back. Okay, so just be mindful of that. This next part kind of scares everyone, but I promise you it's not scary. You will have to take a 3-hour assessment. That doesn't mean it takes a full 3 hours. They only just give you 3 hours. So that's the max time you have for the assessment. So it does time you. So you can't pause it. So just make sure your kids are gone, your husband's not bothering you, your wife isn't bothering you, and you have quiet 3-hour amount of time that is undisturbed, and you have that kind of quiet space to take your test in. So it is max time 3 hours. You may take 1.5 hours. It may take you 2 hours, but the max time is 3 hours. You must use a computer with a webcam. It could be a laptop also, but it must have a webcam. The reason why is because they monitor you to make sure you are you, okay? You're not having someone switch in with you to answer certain questions and then switch back out with you. So you have to have a device with a webcam to take your assessment. There is a pass or fail. The cutoff is 80%. So you have to score 80% or higher to pass. If you do score less than 80% and you do fail, which y'all won't, you're gonna do awesome. But if you do not pass the assessment, they will tell you what you need to brush up on. So they don't leave you out there guessing what you messed up on. They do let you know what you need to work on. Certification is valid for 3 years. We kind of talked about that already, but every 3 years, you're gonna have to recertify because like we said in the chat box, technology is always changing. Google is always changing. Just to kind of reiterate, you should use Google Chrome. Don't use Internet Explorer. Don't use Safari. Use Chrome. This next part makes people excited, but the exam is open internet, meaning you can Google your answers, all right? Now, I always say this after I state this little piece of information, don't Google everything, okay? Because if you're not a good Googler and you don't know how to Google quickly or search quickly, that time is still ticking. Because remember, you can't pause your tests. So yeah, you can Google for your answers, or you can use this presentation on your assessment, but just be mindful the time is still ticking. So you should be at least comfortable with the tools before you try to start Googling different answers. Just how our kids on the LEAP assessment every year, they can flag to come back to questions, I should say. We can also flag and come back to unknown answers. And there's a variety of question types. So you'll see in this last little circle over here, there are 25 multiple choice and about 12 to 14 performance tasks. So remember, just be mindful, there are a variety of question types. You're gonna have 25 multiple choice, drag, drop, true, false questions. And then they're gonna want you to perform and showcase what you know. So that will be at the end of your assessment. All right. Google also, oops, let me leave out of here and come back. Google also has, I removed those slides, also has their self-paced center. So they have their own kind of bootcamp website that y'all can go through. You may have already kind of perused that website. They have that platform for people to go through. It is self-paced. It looks similar to this. They do have a newer system that y'all may have gone to that they're kind of transitioning over to. This is the older system, but you'll see you can go through the training center, get sample exam questions, and then go ahead and register for your assessment. So this is how the Google Trainer Center looks right here. So they have their own self-paced kind of bootcamp center that y'all can go through also. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Are there any questions about just the basic level 1 information about the test itself, how to register, the price of it, why I gotta recertify every 3 years? Any questions before we go ahead and jump into the first tool? Stick it in the chat, or feel free to unmute yourself. All right, okay, no questions. So let's go ahead and jump into the first. Oh, we have a question. So Mrs. Edmonds says, when will you know if you pass? That's a really good question. So typically in the past, Google lets you know immediately if you pass the assessment or if you failed. But they are rolling out a new system where it may take up to a day or two to get your results emailed to you. So it can vary. It can be between 5 hours, a couple of hours, or a couple of days. So just be mindful of that. But typically in the past, about a day to find out if you pass. And if not, at that very moment. But I know that they're changing their system, so it may take up to a day, Ms. Edmonds. All right. Before I start talking about the actual tool, I want to talk about how we have the presentation set up. So in the presentation, we have different tools throughout. But to help y'all, because remember, use this on your assessment, to help y'all, we have a breakdown of what's on the assessment. We have screenshots of things, and we have GIFs also of how to do different things. So if you forget something about, like maybe you forgot how to do the app launcher, or you forgot how to like what the Omnibox is, or how to add a bookmark, we have made GIFs for every single thing y'all have to know about. So use this assessment to help you on the presentation to help you on the assessment. Use these GIFs, and we have a little explanation on this side to help y'all on the presentation. Okay, so this is here for y'all. We're not gonna read from these slides. We're gonna go ahead and delve into the first item. So the first thing is Chrome. Chrome is what we're using right now. It is your internet browser that Google has created, comparable to Internet Explorer and things like that. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and go to google.com. So google.com is where you're going to kind of live at. And on this home page, in the right-hand corner of your screen, you're going to see a little 3x3 square over here. And we call that the app launcher. You may also realize it looks like a food item, the waffle. So you may hear us use it interchangeably, either the waffle or but the official name is the app launcher. So that's over here in the right-hand corner, the 3x3 square over here. When you click on that 3x3 square, you will see a lot of different apps, all made by Google, okay? So I typically tell teachers and administrators that if you want to get to something really fast in Google, come to your app launcher and you'll see all your apps right there. A lot of people don't realize you can customize this app launcher and make it more personalized for what you want and what you normally use. So if you're a classroom teacher, you may want to move Google Classroom up further, higher up on your list. So to move around and to customize your app launcher, simply drag and drop your items and reorder them how you use it. So if you're on YouTube a lot, you may want to move YouTube up. You can move things from lower to higher if you want to. You can move things lower from at the very top. It's up to you. So you can customize your app launcher to fit your needs and to kind of have your top apps at the very top. So that is called the app launcher. We call it the waffle because it looks like a waffle, but the official name is app launcher. That is a quick way to get to your tools in the Google universe. Okay, so remember, like I said, if you go to the Google home page, over here in the right-hand corner is your app launcher. Click on that and you'll see all of your apps that we have accessible in Google. All right. Let's talk about bookmarks. Has anyone ever added a bookmark in Google, on their Chrome browser, I should say? So has anyone ever added a bookmark on their Chrome browser? So Ms. Robichaud, how can I do that? Someone tell me, how can I add a bookmark to my Chrome browser? What do I have to click to add a bookmark? Pop quiz. My star, exactly. So let's go ahead and play with that. So I'm gonna come up here to my web address bar, but in Google, just to be mindful of this, in Google, they don't call it the web address bar. They have a fancy name for it. I don't know why they have a fancy name for it, but they have a fancy name for it. That name is called the Omni box. So it's right here. Let me find it. Here it is. So the Omni box is what they call their web address bar. So where y'all type in google.com or apple.com or youtube.com, that's what they call the Omni box, okay? And you can search for something there or type in the web address bar. So I'm going to go to my Omni box and type in, I'm going to go to our school website, ebrschools.org. Once I'm there, in the Omni box up here, I can't zoom in on this part because it's my browser. Wish I could. But in my Omni box, there's a little star next to it. That star will be gray. If I click it though, a little box pops open for me. I can now add and create a bookmark. So then I now have access inside of this that allows me to create a bookmark for myself to reference later on in the future. So I'm going to just call this bookmark really quickly. I'm going to just call it EBR Schools. And I can even put it in a folder and be super fancy and have it really organized within my bookmarks. I'm going to keep it in my work folder. When I hit done, that bookmark is now going to be inside of my work folder right here. So you can see I have a lot of bookmarks. I use bookmarks all the time for easy reference. So just to kind of recap once again, to add a bookmark, go to your website. I'm going to go to youtube.com. In your Omni box, your web address bar, there's a little star. Click that star, and you can now either name your bookmark, or you can place it in a folder also. And once you stick it in a folder, I'm gonna stick it in, I'm gonna do a brand new folder. I'm gonna just go ahead and do it in my work folder. Once I hit done and I go to my work folder, my bookmark will be at the very bottom of this. As y'all can see, I have a lot of bookmarks, but it will be at the very bottom of my bookmark folder. So I like creating a folder because if not, as y'all can see, I have 1,001 bookmarks. My bookmark bar will be a hot mess. So if you want to create a folder, you can rearrange your folders if you want to. But I like to talk about bookmarks because it really helps us as professionals stay organized and allows us to kind of streamline what we're doing without wasting time. So just remember that little web address bar is called the Omni box. All right? Any questions about bookmarks? All right. So next, let's talk about the incognito window. Has anyone ever opened up an incognito window in Google Chrome? If you have, let me know in the chat box. Oh, so I see a lot of no's. I see a couple of yeses. All right, let's talk about this. So incognito window is a way for you to browse privately. Now, it's not really a use for us, but there is a reason for you to use it because I use it often sometimes. So incognito is a private browser that doesn't track what you're doing. So I'm going to go incognito. To do this, in the right-hand corner, once again, I wish I could zoom in, y'all. But over here in the very far right-hand corner of my browser, I have 3 dots. If I hit those 3 dots, the third option from the top says New Incognito Window. When I click on that, my screen turns black, and this little thing pops up letting me know, Sahara, you've gone incognito. This means you can now browse privately. Your stuff will not be saved. Your cookies, your passwords, all of that won't be saved. But just letting you know, sis, your websites, your internet history is still able to be visible by your employer. So don't go crazy, okay? So I can come here and I can browse. I can maybe go check my personal Gmail account if I want to. Go pay a quick little bill. You know, depending on what I'm doing, I can do this privately without my information being stored and saved. All right. So on the assessment, they may ask you guys to go incognito because if you go incognito, your information won't cross each other. Show you guys what I mean. So in my normal browser, I'm signed into my EBR schools account. So let me zoom in a little bit. So I'm in my EBR schools account, hover over my name. There you go. So you see it says Google account, Sahara Haney, S-Glasper1 at EBRschools.org. All right. When I go incognito, though, and I go to google.com, I am not signed in. So over here, it says sign in. Sahara, you're not signed in. So I can now jump across multiple accounts without having to sign in and sign out over and over and over again. So I like to go incognito if I want to sign into another account or if I want to make sure something works like it should work for the viewer or for the respondent. I may go incognito just to make sure it's working like it should. So I like the incognito feature because it is accessible for us. In our district in EBR, we use GoGuardian to monitor the Chromebooks. Our students know about incognito. They knew about it, I should say. They don't have access to it anymore. So incognito can really kind of hinder teachers from monitoring their kids on their Chromebook management systems. But we don't have that option anymore in our district. They've removed it from the students portal. So I like incognito because, like I said, I'm able to sign in to multiple accounts without having to sign out of my other account. So just once again, remember how to get to it. In the right-hand corner of your browser over here, very, very tip top, there are 3 dots. And sometimes you may see an exclamation point or you may see an arrow there. If you see that, it just means your browser needs to be updated, so don't freak out too much. But it'll be in the same spot as your 3 dots. Click on those 3, new incognito window. Click on that and your browser will turn black and you know that you're incognito. All right. going back to our presentation, remember in the presentation, there are little GIFs showing y'all what to do in case you forget. So if you forgot how to go incognito, I have it broken down on the right-hand side. Then I have a GIF showing y'all how to access it on the left-hand side. So that's there for y'all to reference. All right, one more thing and we're done with Chrome. Using the Chrome Web Store. Has anyone ever downloaded or added an extension to their Chrome browser? Let me know in the chat box. All right, yeah, so y'all, a lot of y'all can take the test right now. What's stopping y'all? Y'all are pros. So on the assessment, they're gonna ask you guys to add an extension to your Chrome web browser. All right, so if you don't know about how to do that, I'm gonna show y'all right now. So I'm gonna go back to my Google homepage. You're gonna get tired of seeing the Google logo because I'm gonna be there all the time. But I'm gonna go to my Google homepage, and to add an extension to my browser, remember I said you can go to your app launcher to locate the Google apps. I would typically come to my app launcher and kind of find the Chrome Web Store icon. But I'm in my EBR accounts, and our IT department has removed it from the app launcher so that I won't see it. Y'all may see it in y'all's, but I don't see it on mine. So I tell everyone, if you can't find it in the app launcher, then just Google the words Chrome Web Store. When you type it in, it's typically the first option that pops up in your search bar. So the Chrome Web Store is where you can go to download extensions. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on Chrome Web Store. So if you have an Apple, an iPhone, or even if you got a Droid, it's similar to the what is it called for Android? The Play Store, I think. And then if you have an iPhone, if you have the iTunes Store and the Apple app, I can't even think of what it's called, but the app where you go download your apps, it's the same idea. It's just for Chrome browsers. So I can come here and download extensions to make my browser work a little bit better. And as y'all can see, you'll see some very common names that we use in education. So like Desmos, if you're a math teacher, GeoGebra, if you're a geometry teacher, CK12, CSAL, News ELA. So you'll see a lot of different ones that you use, or you may know the company that has made it. Your extensions, they have some really cool ones. So either you can go off the home page and kind of browse that, or just how you search on Amazon to buy stuff, I can come over here to the search the store area and type in a subject or a content area. So I taught ELA, I'm gonna type in a reading extension, just reading for kids. Hit enter, and anything that is tagged, that will come up. Now the search box is not the best. It's not the best. So you'll see that some things will come up that I don't want to see. So you're gonna want to know. I'm sorry, my dog is getting on my nerves today. He never plays with toys until I get on somebody's call. Oh, sorry. But I can, of course, come here and search something that I want to maybe find. If you know of a very popular extension, for example, Cami, type in Cami, and it will pop up right there for me once it loads. So if you don't know what Cami is really cool. We use it in our district. It allows our students to type or it allows the kids to make a PDF editable. So if you teach ELA, Cami is really good for you to use with your students, for them to type on top of a PDF, to annotate on a PDF, and it's free. So why not use it? It's freemium, I should say. It's not completely free, but it's there for you guys to download and add. So I don't tell people just to search the Chrome Web Store because it can be a little overwhelming. If you know the name of a good extension, you can come here, search it, and then it will be available for you to add to Chrome. Once you search it, you'll see the words add to Chrome right there. You'll click on it, and then it will add it to your Chrome browser. So I already have Cami downloaded. That's why it says rated. But if I didn't, I'll hit add to Chrome, and then it'll pop up here to my Chrome web browser. So you'll see up here next to my Omnibox, I have all these extensions downloaded to my browser. And the cool thing is when I sign into Chrome, all my extensions and my bookmarks will follow me over and over again. So I'm not having to waste time trying to remember what bookmark I wanted or what extension I wanted to access. They're all right here when I sign into my Chrome browser. So the Chrome Web Store is like an online version of an app store. I'm able to come here, download extensions from my Chrome browser, and it really allows me to work smarter. One of my favorite extensions that I have is called Tab Scissors. Show y'all what I mean. So up here, next to my Omnibox, there is a little scissors next to my Omnibox, and that's my little tab scissor button. When I click on it, tab scissors will separate my tabs for me, so I'm not having to do it myself. Because on Mac, I don't have a shortcut to do it on my MacBook. So I hit that little extension and it does it for me, and I can now split my tabs. So y'all can see the extensions in the Chrome Web Store are really good for us to use. It kind of streamlines what you're doing. It makes your work a little bit more efficient and effective, and you're not wasting time doing simple things like splitting your tabs. So they have some really good extensions in the Chrome Web Store that y'all can go through and access. Like I said, when you're on the home page, just kind of browse what they have on here. And they have some really cool ones. If you want a custom cursor, they have the Google Keep Chrome browse extension, I should say, Google Translate. They have some really good extensions on here. So on the assessment, they're going to tell y'all to come to the Chrome Web Store and find an extension. They'll give you the name of it. Simply come to the Chrome Web Store, type in the extension over there, hit enter, and then once it pops up, click Add to Chrome, and you're done. The end. It's very basic use of how to use Google Chrome. Remember, if you forgot what I said, it's on the presentation on slide 27. There's a GIF right there for you, as well as how to access it and what to do once you're there. Are there any questions about how to use the Chrome Web Store, how to open up incognito, or what the heck an Omnibox is? If you're just joining us in the chat box, there is the link to the presentation and also the link to the attendance form for y'all to sign in virtually. Let me know, y'all. I'm here to answer any questions that y'all have. Good, Mrs. Carey. I'm glad that you're learning lots of stuff. That makes me feel good. And we're just starting. So, hey. So, Mr. Cole, the scissor app is called Tab Scissors. So, when you type in Tab Scissors, it's going to be the first one at the very top. And it looks like that. It's very kind of 90s looking, but it's right there. When you find it, you just click on Add to Chrome and it pops up for you. And they have a lot of different ones, but I like Tab Scissors a little bit better than the others that they have. So they have some really cool extensions, y'all. Just kind of peruse and search when you have some free time in the Chrome Web Store. Any other questions? All right. Remember, after every single tool, you have a performance task. This is not required. It's just extra practice for y'all. So when y'all are alone and you're trying to kind of brush up and review the skills on the assessment, before you take your test, go through these and practice. If you can do every single performance task in this presentation, you're going to do perfectly fine on the assessment. So I have the Google Chrome task right here. It just tells you to add these 3 websites to a bookmark folder, and then go to Chrome Web Store and add the Cami extension. Very simple, very easy. And there's also a video over here walking you through how to do it. So this is not required, it's just extra practice for y'all to review your skills. Any final questions before we move on to the next item? All right, we're gonna do one more thing and then we're gonna go take a 10-minute break for y'all to stretch your legs, get a snack, check on your child, check on your husband, and then we'll come back in a couple of seconds, but we're gonna go ahead and move on to Google Drive. All right, Google Drive, I'm on slide 29. Google Drive is the mama of everything. Ms. Ross, I'm sorry you keep getting kicked out. I'm not sure what's going on. I apologize. But we are recording it, Ms. Ross. So if you keep getting kicked out for whatever reason, there may be something on your side. If you keep getting kicked out, we are recording it. So don't stress out about that part. We're recording it and it will be made accessible to everybody. So Google Drive is the mama of everything. I like to start off with Google Drive after Chrome because everything branches off from Google Drive. A few things to talk about for Drive once it pops up. In our district, because we have a G Suite for Education accounts, we have unlimited storage. So if y'all have the same thing, y'all have unlimited storage. You'll notice if you have a personal Google account, the storage is not unlimited. You have to pay for extra storage. It's very cheap, maybe like $1.99 per month, but you do have to purchase extra storage if you have a lot of things in your personal Gmail account or Google account. You're able to access your files from anywhere, so you're not having to worry about forgetting a specific thing on your computer at work or at home. I'm able to pull it up from anywhere. I can share files. I can store any kind of file that I want. So a lot of times people think I can only store Google things in my Google Drive. That is incorrect. You can store whatever you want. So if you use Photoshop, if you use Microsoft Word, if you use Adobe, PDFs, whatever, I can store all of those things in my Google Drive without having to have a flash drive. Please get rid of your flash drive. Because I know we've all been there. Either you lose it or you leave it at home and you no longer have access to those files while you're at work. Google Drive is like a digital cloud-based flash drive. So kind of convert yourself over to this. And of course, it auto-saves. So I know earlier, Nikki was talking about auto-saving being one of the best features in Google. I don't have to worry about hitting save ever again in Google because everything auto-saves. And that is a lifesaver, a sanity saver. I don't have to lose my mind because I know we've all been there typing something on Microsoft Word and it just glitches out and it goes away and all your things are gone. The awesome thing is everything's here for autosave and it's automatically saved into the cloud. So you can basically back up all documents into Google. Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna show you guys how to upload your documents into the Google Drive for easy access and it backs it up for you in one click. Yes, ma'am. All right, any questions before we start talking about Google Drive? So for Google Drive, this is everything you're gonna have to know for the assessment. So how to create, access, organize, upload, and convert files, how to upload non-Google files and folders, how to share a folder, and how to manage your folders. All right, so let's go ahead and get into it. I'm gonna go to google.com. From here, pop quiz, how can I get to Google Drive from this page? Pop quiz, let me see if y'all are paying attention. How can I get to Google Drive? Oh, look at y'all paying attention. Yes, the waffle. What's the official name though? Because y'all are all saying the nickname for it. What's the official name for the waffle? Anyone? You get a gold star. The app launcher. All right, Miss Sterling, the first person. And Miss Williams, you were almost there too. So yes, the app launcher. So it is called the waffle, but the official name in the Google universe is called the app launcher. So I'm gonna come over here to my app launcher. Remember over here, the little 3x3 square. Click on that, and I'm gonna find my Google Drive icon. I use it all the time, so I've moved it up. So it is higher, so you may see yours a little bit lower down. Don't freak out. It's not, you didn't do nothing wrong. I moved mine up. So I'm gonna click on Drive, and I will be brought into my Drive once it loads. All right, so I always start off with my Google Drive will look different from yours. So if you're looking at mine like, ooh, baby, I don't have all them folders and files, that's okay. Okay, so no one's gonna judge you and don't freak out. Your Google Drive is like your flash drive. So if my flash drive has my things on it and yours have your things on it, we don't have the same stuff. So just be mindful of that. On your Google Drive, there are a lot of buttons and features on here. I'm going to talk about the buttons before we move into how to create a folder. Over here on the left-hand side, the first button up here is your new button. Typically, if you want anything new, so that means a new folder, a new file, or if you want to upload things from your computer, you're going to come here to new, and you'll see some different options right there. So anything brand new goes to the new button. Pretty easy to remember. Under new, there's a new button called priority. It's been around for about maybe almost a year. I don't think no one uses priority. I know we don't use it in our district and it's not tested, so I'm not gonna waste my time talking about it. But if you go to priority, you'll see like a workspace area where you can kind of prioritize different things to kind of streamline what you're doing. So that option is there. Under priority, you have My Drive. My Drive are all the things that you are the owner of. No one else owns it. You may have shared it with somebody else, but you are the primary owner of that, okay? So the more you scroll, the more things you'll see. So I have all my folders at the very top. I have files. Once I get to the very bottom of it, it's coming. I feel it in my spirit. I have a lot of folders, but it's getting ready to come. There we go. So I have all my files right here. So all your things under My Drive are the things that you are the owner of. Under My Drive, you have shared drives. So shared drives are mini Google Drives that a small group have ownership over, or they can share without having to click the share button all the time. So typically, a lot of times, schools may have a shared drive. Like you'll see a lot of my old, when I was a classroom teacher, my old classroom shared drives that I had at my old school sites. Our department has a shared drive. So shared drives are really cool, and it allows you to share things easily within that one space amongst a group of people. It's not tested, so we're not going to waste any brain space on that. Under shared drive, you have Share with Me. I'm going to click on that. Now, this is the opposite of My Drive. Under Share with Me are all the things that someone has shared with you. It's fairly easy to make that connection because it literally says Share with Me. So when you click on that, you'll see all the things that someone has shared with you. The more you scroll, the more things you'll see. I always get asked this question, and the question is, can I organize my Share with Me into folders? You cannot. So however someone shares it to you, they share it, if they share it to you as a single file, or if they share it to you in a folder, that's how it will live in your Share with Me area. So mine looks a hot mess. It gives me anxiety looking at this because it's just all everywhere. So if you like folders and you like things to be organized, don't spend too much time and Share with Me because it will kind of stress you out a little bit. But you'll see that you have all your files right here where you have access to them. So if someone says, hey, Sahara, I've shared something with you, go to your Share with Me and you'll see it right there in your Share with Me. All right, under Share with Me, you have Recent. Recent is the things you have recently accessed. So once again, I can't organize these things, but I can quickly go to things that I've recently accessed. So if I know that I went and I looked at a presentation last night, I can come here and easily access my presentation because I know I recently looked at it, and it's right there in my recent box. So I have access to it right there. Under Recent, you have Starred. I love Starred because it's a way for you to favorite or kind of bookmark your files and folders that you always are touching and using. So you'll see I have a lot of things in my Starred area because I'm always starring things and I'm always looking at or always touching. So I'm gonna show y'all how to star things in a couple of minutes, I should say. But if you star anything, it will come to your Starred area in your drive. All right. The last button is your trash. Now I talk about the trash can because many people don't realize what you can do in the trash can. In your trash, so let's say you delete a file from your drive. When you delete it, it is not gone. It goes to your trash can. And it sits here, and it sits here, and it sits here until you come over here and you click Empty Trash. So don't freak out if you ever delete something by mistake. It's not gone. It's gonna sit in your trash can. So it's similar to like how your house works. You may cook something, you may have some trash, you throw it in your trash can in your kitchen. It's gonna sit there until whoever takes the trash outside to the larger trash can. So it's similar to how that works also. The moment you click Empty Trash though, those items are gone forever and forever. So if you look at mine, I have things in here from when I started using Google. I think it's been almost 5 years in our district that we've been one-to-one and use Google. I have things like that are super old in my trash because I just don't want to delete it. I don't want to empty my trash can because I may want to restore that item back to my drive. To restore anything back to your drive in your trash can, simply locate the item, right click on it, and then restore is right there. So you can now click restore and it will be brought back to life in your drive. So nothing is ever gone from your drive. However, the moment you click empty trash, it's going to be gone forever. So just be mindful of that. So if you delete something by mistake, it's not gone. It's going to just live in your trash can until you empty your trash can. All right. That is the last button we're going to talk about before we move into folders. Any questions about the buttons on the left-hand side under your new button? I'm going to go back to my drive. All right. So my drive, remember, are all the things that you own. I get this question fairly often. You'll see if you're in your drive right now, your drive may be organized a little bit different than mine. So I have mine in list. So it's kind of listing. I'm sorry, I have mine in my little, what is it called? Yeah, mine was in my grid. So it's kind of, it has my things in a grid view. So let me show y'all what I mean. Let me scroll down a little bit more. All my items are in a grid view. So I see a little snapshot of what it is. I like my things in grid view because I want to see a little picture of what it is to jog my memory. If you don't like the grid view, you can change it to list view. So over here, next to your little I, the letter I, there is a little button and it may say list or grid view. If you click it, your items will now be, once it loads, listed for you to view. So you see how my things are listed now? I can't see a screenshot of what it is, but I can still see, like I can see who the owner is, when it was last modified, etc. So this kind of depends on you and how you want to use your drive. I like my stuff in a grid view, but some people like their things in list view. That's up to you. But you can change it back and forth. All right. Let's talk about how to add a new folder. So what do y'all think I need to click on to add a new folder to my drive? Let me know in the chat box. New. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Williams. Good job. So over here on the left-hand side, clearly, ding, ding, I want to do a new folder. So I'm going to go to new right here, the little plus button. Click that, and then you have the option at the very top to click on folder. Go ahead and hit folder, and a little dialog box opens up. I'm going to go ahead and name this folder Level 1 CSAL. I can just remember to go back and delete it. So Level 1 CSAL. I'm going to hit create, and once it's ready to go, it's going to highlight blue for me. See how it's blue? I complain about this at every boot camp that I do, and I've done a lot of boot camps over the past 3.5, almost 4 years. This button, it doesn't take me into it, and that kind of annoys me because logically I should be brought into my folder. I have to now double click on that folder to go inside of that folder. Okay, so just be mindful of that. So when you create a folder, it will not bring you into the folder. You have to then double click on it to go inside that folder. I'm now inside of my folder. I know that I'm inside my folder because I have the little area right here that says drop files here. Okay. Now, I have my main folder. That main folder is called Level 1 CSAL. But I am fairly organized and I like subfolders. I like folders inside of other folders, inside of more folders, inside of other folders. I love subfolders. So I want to create a new subfolder inside of my Level 1 CSAL folder. There are 3 ways to do this. I'm going to show all 3 ways. You choose your favorite way. Okay, and I'll tell y'all my favorite way. So the first way to add a folder, a subfolder, I'm sorry, the first way to add a subfolder to your main folder is next to your folder's name right here. It's a little drop down. If you hit that, right there it says new folder. So I can click on that and I can now name my new folder. I'm going to call this one subfolder 1. That's the first thing I'm going to show y'all. That's the first way. You can go that way every single time and it'll do the same thing. The next way, which is my favorite way because I like shortcuts, is to simply in the white area right here, right click in that open area, and then the option new folder pops up. Click new folder and then the same thing pops up. I'm gonna call this subfolder 2. There we go. The third and final way, I don't really like this way, but it is here for you to use. When you're inside of your folder, over here, you have the new button. Go to new, go to folder, and call it what you want, subfolder 3. And there we go. I have my 3 subfolders right there. I use all 3 ways to create a subfolder. Just to kind of recap, the first way, go to your drop down next to your folder's name, and then go to new folder. The third way, right click and go to new folder. The third way is the new button, go there and go to folder. So there's a couple of ways for you to add a new subfolder to your main folder. You choose the way that you like to use. I'm not gonna force you to do it a certain kind of way. And once you have, I'm gonna delete these other 2 folders. Once you have your folders or your folder in your main folder, you have some extra options now. I'm a former elementary teacher. I even taught middle school, and I like color. I like things to be cute. So I want to change my folder color to a color, an actual color. And I don't want bland gray. So I'm going to right click on my subfolder. And right here where it says change color, I get a little color palette that I can choose. You can't choose cheetah or glitter, and you can't put an image on top of it, but you can choose basic kind of pastel or primary colors. So I'm gonna do red, and then my subfolder will turn red for me. And I can now kind of organize my things according to that folder, color, or whatever I want to. Excuse me. So you can change your folder color to whatever color you want to. I'm sure y'all saw on my main drive, I had a lot of different folders, a lot of different colors. So you can definitely customize and kind of organize your things how you want. To share this subfolder, I'm going to right click on that subfolder, and I have the option to go to share. So remember, one of the primary reasons everyone uses Google is because of the collaboration element. I can now share a folder with someone, and they can now get in that folder and have access to it. So for example, I live in Livingston, I'm in Denham, Nikki's in Ascension. We don't have to be in the same room to discuss and collaborate across different things. So if I click share, I can now share this folder with Nikki. So I'm gonna type in her email address. And then I can give her a little message, check out this folder. And I can give her either view or edit access. So I tell everyone, before you share something, think about how you want to give that person access, because everyone can't be trusted. So if you give them edit access, they're able to organize, add, or edit your files. They can do whatever they want to your folder. They can add new people, they can remove things, add things, etc. The other way is view. View only allows them to view your folder. That's it. They can't do anything else but view your folder. So depending on how you want to use it, depends on what you want to give them access to. So I trust Nikki. I'm going to give her my edit access. Keep it at edit. It defaults to edit. Just be mindful of that. And then I'm going to go ahead and click sends. Once it goes through, you'll notice in my folder, a little person pops up. That tells me I have shared that folder with someone. So it gives you like a little quick glimpse of what you've shared and what you haven't shared. So before the little person wasn't there, but now I have my little person there, and it tells me I've shared this folder with someone. You can switch ownership of a folder or a file to someone else. So I'm going to go back to my sharing access. I'm going to right click on it and go to share. You'll see next to my name, I have the word owner right there. Next to Nikki's name, I have editor. If I go to this drop down, I can switch and make her the owner of that folder. So maybe you are over a team project or a grade level project at the beginning, but you now want to switch ownership to someone else that you work with. You can come here and give them complete ownership access to that folder. So I like the little button because sometimes you want to just give that person ownership and you no longer have to worry about it anymore. You can also give someone temporary access. So right here where it says give temporary access, if I click that, I now can specify how long that person has access to this folder. So if I told Nikki she needs to come to this folder and view my folder within the next 2 days, I can set an expiration date so that it expires on Wednesday by midnight. So then if she comes to this folder after that day and time, she no longer has access to that folder. We typically tell our guidance counselors or like the people who use really like private information, like student information, to do that feature just to kind of prevent people from having access to it forever and ever. And then you don't have to come back and, of course, access anything is there. It removes it for you. I'm going to hit save, and it updates for me. So Nikki now has only view access until Wednesday. Any questions on how to share a folder, how to give give restricted access, or how to switch ownership to that person? There's extra step involved when you try to add or share with someone who doesn't have a Google account. Yes, there is. Let me show you guys. So I'm going to go back to share, and I'm going to share it to my personal email. So smhaney88. When I type that in, I'm going to hit send. This little thing pops up. It's just saying, hey, Sahara, you're sharing this to this person who is not in your G Suite organization. Are you sure you want to share it? I want to go ahead and share. I'm going to hit share anyway. And then it goes through and it shares to that person. So if you are using your work email address, so I'm using my EBR email address right now, your IT, they have an extra layer of security over your stuff so that you don't have just anybody in the world accessing your private items. So it will kind of let you know, hey, before you share this, you are sharing this with someone outside of your organization. Are you sure you want to share this with that person? If you are, click share anyway, and you're good to go. If you want to share documents that we want people to use as templates, but we don't want them to edit the document within the folder, are they able to copy a view only doc and edit their own copy? So yes, and that kind of goes into docs. But just to kind of talk about it briefly, when you are doing a document, and Nikki can talk more about this when she talks about doc after the break, excuse me. When you share something, so let's say I'm sharing this Google document right now. If I click share, oh, that lightning was really big. If I hit share and I name it, over here, I have a little gear. If I click the little gear button, I can uncheck or check this off. So it automatically checks off. That means whoever views my documents will be able to print it out, download it, or copy. But if I uncheck that, whoever I share it to, they can't do nothing but look at it. So if it's private information, you may want to have that unchecked. So if y'all notice on our presentation for today, the level 1 presentation, you cannot share it, you cannot download it, you cannot print it, you cannot make a copy of it. Just because we've spent a lot of time on that presentation making it, and we don't want to just go around the world. So we've kind of added some extra security settings to that document. So you can come here and add additional security settings to your documents, to your slide deck, to whatever you want to prevent viewers from having the option to download, print, or copy. Now, if you make them an editor, they will have that access. But if they only have view-only access, and you have this unchecked, they won't be able to download, print, or copy your item. So I recommend doing that all the time unless you don't care if they have access to make a copy of it. But if you want them to make a copy of it, Ms. Edmonds, have that checked off, and they will be able to come make a copy of it, print it out, download it, etc. Let me know if that answers your question, Ms. Edmonds. All right. I have my folder. I've shared it. Okay, perfect. I've shared it. I changed my color. Let's talk about how to add a document to that folder. So I'm going to go ahead and go inside my folder now. So I'm in my subfolder. I'm in my main folder. I'm going to go ahead and go inside my subfolder. I'm going to double click on it to go inside of it. One thing I like to point out up here, Google leaves you breadcrumbs. So you're never guessing where you are. So over here, it says that I'm in my sub folder, which is inside my level 1 folder, which is inside my drive. So I can easily jump across these items without having to hit the back button. And of course, to let you know that it's been shared. All right. In this area, I want to add a new document. To add a new document, simply right click in the open area and then go to Google Docs right here. Click on it. It's letting you know, hey, Sahara, you have shared this with someone. Are you sure you want to add this document to this folder? I am sure. I'm going to go ahead and hit create and share. And then a new document will open up for me. I'm going to go ahead and name this document my first name. And then click off so I can save. And then my document will show up right there once it loads. It's making me wait. I'm gonna refresh. There it is. All right, so it popped up after a couple of seconds, but there's my document right there. So I now have my document within my subfolder, which is inside of my main level 1 CSAL folder. So that's how you can add new items to your folders and organize your items like that. Let's say I realize I don't want to have this Sahara documents inside of this subfolder. I want to move it to another folder. You can easily move things across your folders. So I'm going to right click on that document. And you'll see right here, it says, let me zoom in some. It says move to. I'm going to click on move to. And like a little mini Google Drive opens up. So I'm going to hit the back button. And I can either put it in my same folder, I can hit it back again and put it in my main folder, or I can go to another folder and add it to another folder if I want to. So I can now go to, let's say, this folder right here and place it in that folder right there. So I can easily move things across folders. I can even add a new folder also if I want to. So I'm going to add a new folder. I'm going to call this demo document. And my new item is now going to be moved out of that folder to this folder. And it says right there, Sahara has been moved from subfolder number 1 to demo document folder. So I no longer have that folder, that document inside that folder. So it's really easy to move things more than one. Can you add more than one doc at a time to a folder? If it's a new document, no, ma'am, Miss Carrie, you can't. Or I'm sorry, if it's, I'm gonna just say Carrie because I'm not sure if it's ma'am or sir. Let me know in the chat box so I can make sure I'm saying the right thing. But you cannot add more than one new thing at one time in the folder. Female, all right, perfect, Miss Carrie. You cannot add more than one thing, more than one new item, but you can add more than one uploaded item from your computer. So if I want to upload something from my computer, if I right click, you see right here, it says upload files. If I click that, my computer is going to open up and I can now pull in more than one thing to my folder. Of course, you have to hit the little shift button to select more than one thing, hit open, and then there you go. All 3 things are opening up for me to have access to and to be placed into my folder. And you'll see it's going to start popping up in a second. So I can't add more than one new thing at one time, but I can add more than one thing that I upload from my computer. And yeah, you can of course drag and drop. I don't recommend dragging and dropping. That's why I didn't mention it. So if you're like me, you have a lot of folders and files, dragging and dropping will not help because I cannot drag something from way down here to a folder at the very top, which is why I'm not that big on dragging and dropping. But if you're very limited and you don't have that many folders, yes, drag and drop more than one time. I love drag and dropping because I like shortcuts. But for me, because I have 1,001 folders, is not the best thing for me. If I'm dragging things from down here. But if I'm dragging something from my computer, it's fairly easy. I can just drag this and then drop it in one of my folders. So yeah, that's fairly easy right there. Since I started talking about how to upload files and folders from your computer, let's talk about that. So I know earlier I said, please get rid of your flash drives. And if you're using a floppy disk or whatever you're using to store your stuff, get rid of it, please. And let's start converting to Google Drive. So, acting crazy. I don't know why it's doing all that. Okay, there we go. So to upload your items to your drive for extra storage and just for backup storage, over here, go to your new button, and you have two options: file. Miss Franklin, somebody might be using floppy disk, boo. You never know. Sometimes I be joking when I say floppy disk, but baby, you never know. You never know. So right here where it says file upload or folder upload, file is more than one file or multiple files, single files. Folder is a whole folder on your computer. So if I go to file upload, I can now pull in any of my single files on here. I can, of course, go to my folder and pull things from my folder right here, but it is specifically for files. If I want a whole folder though, I'm gonna go to folder upload, and I can now pull in a whole folder right there for me to pull in from my computer. So I can now come here and then hit upload, and that folder will upload 4 files. And you'll see down here is right there. It's telling me, Sahara, you're uploading these things. Let me zoom in some. So now I have my 4 items. They're just taking a second because there we go. And it's going to be right there when I open it up. My 4 logos are right there from my computer. So I recommend people uploading all their things to their drive. Now, Mr. Roberto just made a really good point. If your internet is not the best, of course, that could hinder you. But remember, your items are accessible on an iPad, on your phone, laptop, computer. But yeah, it is reliant on your internet. So just be mindful of that. So if you want to have a backup on your flash drive, yes, but I have completely cut the cord with my flash drive. So it's definitely up to you. Any questions on how to create a folder, subfolder, a new document, or how to upload your files and folders from your computer? We have about 2 more things to talk about, and then we'll go ahead and jump into the search. And yep, Ms. Washington, the offline features do work. I know sometimes my offline stuff doesn't work like I want it to, but that is an option. You do have the offline features in all of the G Suite items, all the Google items. Any questions before we talk about the last couple of things, and I'll let y'all go to break? All right. So up here is my favorite little button in Drive. In Drive, so Google is known for searching. So they have a search engine in almost all their things. If you're like me and you have I would love to see how many files I have in my Drive, but if you have a lot of things in your Drive and you can't find things easily sometimes, you can come up here to your search and Drive area and search a name. You can search a file name, a folder name, or you can search by who you may have shared it to. So the people that I share things with all the time, Nikki, Dr. Relish, my coworkers, I can even do a file type. So maybe I don't remember what the name of it was, but I remember it was a PDF, or I remember it was a document or a spreadsheet or a presentation. So you can really filter out what you're searching in your Google Drive. I'm going to go ahead and do PDF. And so you're going to see in a second, all of my PDFs will pop up for easy access. So I can really filter and save time using the search engine in Google Drive. I get this question very often. Can you convert a PDF to a Google document? Yes, you can. But I'm going to just leave it at that. I'm going to just stop at but and show y'all what I mean. So I'm going to do, let me see, find a good document. I'm going to do this little flyer right here. So I have this little PDF flyer. It's from our CNI department. They have their little chart, their table, they have images, they have hyperlinks, all that jazz. And I want to convert this to Google Docs to make it more collaborative. When you have a PDF open, to convert it, at the very top, when you hover at the very top, there is a little drop down that says open with. When I click on that, I get the option Google Docs right there. When I click on Google Docs, it's going to convert it for me. And this is what comes out. So I can convert it, but as you can see, it's a hot mess. I don't recommend anyone converting a PDF to a Google Doc, especially if you want it to look the same. So this is how it looked before, and this is how it looked after. So I don't recommend people converting PDFs because your formatting will be completely thrown off. The images will not show up. You'll see it's now 2 pages and it just looks a hot mess. So yes, you can convert PDFs, but it doesn't keep the same formatting and style from the original document. You can, however, convert Microsoft Word or Microsoft's PowerPoint or Excel to the Google counterpart. So I have a lot of Microsoft Word things in my drive. So I'm going to come up to my search engine right here and type in .doc. And anything with that, let me put the X behind it. Anything with that will pop up. And you'll see, I know that it is a Microsoft Word document because it has that W in every single little box. If it doesn't have the W, that means it's Google Docs. If it has a W, it's Microsoft Word. So maybe I want to convert this chart right here to Google Docs. I'm going to double click on it, zoom out some. I'm a little too zoomed in. There we go. And this is a character chart from LDOE's scope and sequence for Lightning Thief for 4th grade. And I want to convert it to Google Docs, make it collaborative. Same steps, come to up here where it says open with, and then go to Google Docs. And once it's done converting, you'll see that the format, I should say, and the style is darn near similar. So it's a very low faulty rate for whenever you kind of convert things between Word and Docs. So this is the original one. This is the new one. So you can convert every single one of your Microsoft items into a Google version of it without any change to the formatting of it or to what is on the actual document. So hopefully this kind of converts my folks that use Microsoft Word and kind of bring y'all over to the Google universe part. Any questions on how to convert your non-Google files to Google? All right. Going back, last thing and we're done, talk about how to share a PDF. So you can share a non-Google file type. So I can share whatever I want to in my drive. So if I have a Photoshop file, if I have a video, if I have a picture, if I have a PDF, I can share it. But it won't look the same with how you share a Google item. So I'm going to go up to my PDF up here and filter, remember filter PDF right here. I'm going to go ahead and filter our PDFs and go back to that same little flyer. And I want to share this flyer with Nikki or with somebody else. Over here in the right-hand corner, I have, let me zoom in some, my little 3 dots in the black area. More actions. I'm going to click on that. And right here it says share. When I click on share, I can either share directly from here, typing in the email address, or I can come down here, let me zoom in some, and get the link for to mass share this. So if I hit copy link, I can now go to my email, I can go to a document, and I can now copy and paste that link for someone to access. So when someone clicks on that link, they have immediate access to my PDF without me having to share it to them one by one by one. So I typically tell people to get the link when they have more than one person to share it to. So if you have to share it to your whole school, then get the link. If you're sharing it to maybe 1 or 2 people, type their name in. But to get the link, once again, for a PDF, go to your right-hand side, go to your 3 dots, go to share, and then where it says get link, go to copy link. You may want to change your access. So right now it says anybody at EBR schools can view it. I may want to change it to where anybody in the world can view it. Or I may want to change it to nobody can view it, but who I share it to. So you do have the option to change who can access your document whenever you share that link to kind of protect it a little bit further. And then, like I said, when you copy the link, you can now come and paste it wherever you want to. And it's now clickable for those who are viewing your document to go and click on it and access the presentation. Any questions about anything we've covered in Google Drive? That was a lot that I just threw at y'all. Do not feel overwhelmed. Once again, it's getting recorded, number one. And number two, everything I just talked about is in this presentation with the GIF. So how to create a new file, how to create a folder, upload files, convert your files, how to share Google and non-Google items, how to upload an entire folder, how to add items to, that's Classroom. Oh, let's delete that. I don't know why that's way up there. How to manage your folders, and then of course, how to share a folder and how to upload, I already said that, upload your entire folder. Are there any questions about Google Drive at all? All right, on the assessment, it's very easy. Talk about what you're gonna have to do on an assessment. Oops, let me present it, make it larger. You're gonna only have to create a folder with a subfolder, add a document to that and share it. That's it. So if you can do those 4 steps, you're gonna pass that portion of the assessment. So once again, on the test, they're gonna ask you guys to create a folder, add a subfolder, add a document to that folder, and then share it. So if you can do those 4 things, you have that Google Drive performance task under control, and you can move on to the next item. So on the practice task, I have the kind of same steps right here that gives you extra practice on how to do the Google Drive task on the assessment. So once again, just to recap, on the test, they're gonna ask you guys to create a folder, create a subfolder, add a document, and then share that folder with someone. They're gonna tell you who to share it to on the assessment. If you can do those 4 things, you are A+, gold star, perfect to go on the Google Drive performance test. Are there any questions on how to do any of those items? Or if you maybe have another question you want to ask about Google Drive, now is the time to ask it. If not, you guys have a 10-minute break. I'm going to start the timer right now. So we'll come back at, let's do 9:45. It's 9:34, you have an extra minute. So come back at 9:45 and we'll start talking about Google Docs at 9:45. So go and stretch your legs, grab a snack, make some breakfast or coffee, get some tea, whatever you need to do to get yourself ready for the last 2 hours of today's morning training. I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself, but we'll still be in the room. So if you have any questions, unmute yourself or type in the chat box. So we have a question in the chat from Mr. Jones. How do I change the color of a folder? Very easy. Let's go back to Drive. And I'm gonna just change, I'm gonna go ahead and create a brand new folder real fast. All right, so I'm gonna go inside my folder. Add another subfolder. And to change your color of the folder, you can just simply right click on that folder and you'll see the little option change color right there, Mr. Jones. Hover over that and then choose the color that you want and you're good to go. Very easy. And you'll notice that right clicking in Google is like your best friend. You can right click whatever you want at any time. Good. All right, perfect. We have a question in the chat. So I teach math. Will it be harder for me to convert editable docs? The lines, angles, and circles are all off. I noticed that the table remained intact on the doc you converted. So you know what? I've never converted anything because I'm not a math teacher. I taught ELA and social studies. Nikki, I know she taught math. Have you ever converted anything with angles and lines from Word to docs?
I haven't because all my stuff is already in Google. I have not. It's not perfect when you convert, because Microsoft does have a whole lot of more bells and whistles than Google Docs does have. So it is definitely maybe glitchy on that part.
Let's see. I don't even know. How do you add
you know how to use Microsoft.
So I have no idea how to even add a angle to this. Let me see.
Go to insert.
Insert. Oh, there we go. Shapes. Haha. Okay. I'm gonna just do one real fast. I'm gonna just do this line, and then I'm gonna do another little line. Insert another shape. All right, and I'm gonna save this, and I'm gonna upload it into Drive and see how it saves. To Drive and see how it comes out. F. All right, so let's see. All right, where is it? Here it is. All right, let's see what's gonna happen. It's uploading now. Oh, it kept it. So you should be good to go, Ms. Williams. So if you do have like any of those angles and things based on the lines that you've drawn in Word, it should remain intact. I know this was not a very detailed line. It was just a quick little angle that I drew, but it should remain intact. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Williams. Hope that answers your question. Now, I can't promise all of them will stay intact, but this one that I just drew, it remained pretty consistent. PDF, no. Remember, if you convert anything from a PDF, it's going to mess it all up. So the PDF is not compatible with Docs. Typically, I tell people if you upload a PDF into Google Docs, excuse me, you are only going to get the text. The images, anything you have that is not text will not convert properly. So only from Word. I will recommend only from Word, not a PDF. I know, I'm sorry. Hopefully one day they will have something that will convert it. And don't forget, let me show you. I know the timer's getting ready to go. Let me stop the timer. Don't forget there is, now this is not tested, so if you don't want to hear what I'm about to say, ignore me. But when you have a PDF, there is a PDF editor. I'm gonna go to, do I have a worksheet in here? Here it is. I have, there's a PDF editor called Cami. So if you download the Cami extension and you click on the annotate with Cami button, you can annotate on top of that PDF document and it's gonna stay the same. So let me show you what I mean. It's coming. I had to sign in. Once it comes, all right, here we go. So I have that PDF. Remember, I have this PDF right here. So let's imagine that this is a math PDF with angles and all that kind of stuff. When I open it up, my kids can now come over here and use the text box feature to type in their answers. They can use the pen feature I don't want the highlighter. They can use the drawing feature, here it is, to draw what the answer is, 75 degrees, all that jazz. So I recommend Cami for you so that you can have your kids interact with the digital PDFs when they're at home, their Chromebooks or whatever they're using. So for you, use Cami. It's an extension. If you go to the Chrome Web Store, type in Cami with a K, you'll see it. And it allows users to annotate on top of any PDF. And it also has like the equation builder in here. I can insert symbols. So this will be really good for you, for your math students. And it's freemium. So I know we're in talks in EBR to purchase it, I'm not sure if it's gotten cleared yet, but I think we're in talks to purchase it for EBR. I'm not sure if that will apply to y'all. I can ask. But the freemium is freemium, so you can do most things for free. It's just when you get to more complicated things, that's when the price comes in. No, ma'am, your kids will need to also have Candy also, and they can download it. It's open. It's easy to add to their Chrome browser. The kids need to have access to it also. And once you add it, Miss Williams, in Google Classroom, let me show you. If you use Google Classroom, there is a little button that allows you to upload. Once it loads, it's taking so long, that allows you to upload something via Cami. So I'm going to go to Classwork, go to Create, and I can now upload a Cami assignment. So then your kids will have access to do all the things in Cami on your PDF. That's a really good question. This is not tested, so don't worry about following along with what I just did, y'all. This is just more to answer her question. So if you download Cami, you'll have a Cami assignment in Classroom that allows you to have your kids annotate on top of that assessment or that PDF. You're very welcome. All right, I'm gonna stop talking, and it is now time for Google Docs.
All right, you guys, welcome back from your break. We're almost halfway through this thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and present my screen. I'm gonna pull up a Google document that we're gonna take a look at for the next 35 minutes or so. So let me make this just a tad bit bigger for you guys and talk about a few things that we see on the screen. Up here next to the title of the document, let's talk about that as well. I know you guys are advanced, but just maybe have one or two people may not know. When you come over here on this left-hand side over here, this is where you actually name your document. So you come here, click in here. Normally it says untitled doc or document. Come in here and you type in the name of your document. And one great thing you'll notice about the G Suite is that all of the apps are set up the same way. So when I go into Google Slides, it's going to be set up the same way. I'll see the app here. I'll see where this area over here to the left where I name my document. And of course, over here to the right is my share button. All of it is set up the same. So when I transition from one app to another, I don't have to relearn everything. So I love that in Google. So right up here next to where I name my document is a folder. Does anyone know what that folder does? What is that folder for? What does it do? You can let me know in the chat. Yes, you can add documents to your drive. So that's a quick way to add documents to your drive. So you can add documents to your drive right there from the document. So that way I don't have to actually go to my actual Google Drive to save my document. So I'm going to click on the folder so that we can see. So when I click on the folder right here, hold on one second, you guys. Let me tell my son to stop making that noise. I'm sorry, y'all. He's just waking up. I didn't give him his little pep talk about the noise. All right, I'm sorry. So when I click on that little folder right here, this gives me access to my drive. I love this in Google Docs. That way I don't have to continue to leave out of one tab and go into another. I can actually access my drive. So if I hit that back arrow, I can have access to my drive. I can see folders in my drive. I can see what's in my shared drive. I can pull in things from my actual computer if I want to upload something. I can see what's shared with me, and I can also see my starred items. So I appreciate this shortcut right here on these Google documents when I navigate through the different Google Docs. So if I click on this arrow here, I can actually go into my actual drive. And if I decided to add this document to one of my folders in my drive, I could. click it, and then click move here and actually keep myself organized. So they place that there as another way to keep yourself organized as you're utilizing this document. So they have that there to help you stay organized, because that is the main thing with Google, to help you stay organized, collaborate with others. So I did just want to point that out. It's not anything tested or anything, but it's just great to know what that resource is used for. All right. So, and if you guys notice, Google Docs looks very similar to Microsoft Word, but it just does not have the bells and whistles. All of the other extra bells and whistles that you normally see inside of Microsoft, you don't have all of those options. And do you know why you don't have all of those options inside of a Google Doc like you would inside of a Microsoft Word document? Do you have any wonder, or do you know why? Why don't I have all of those bells and whistles here inside of this Google Doc? Free versus pay. Anything else? Aaron, you say you don't need them. Okay. All right. One thing to keep in mind with Google, it was designed for teachers and students. So they want to keep it as user friendly as possible, because essentially pre-K students use Google all the way up to our seniors. And then of course, even in college and secondary education, they use it. So they want to keep it as user friendly as possible for teachers and students. So that's why you will not see all of the bells and whistles that you see inside of a Microsoft Office document, Word. Their resources in here, but it's still going to be very user friendly. It's not going to get out of hand to where it's just confusing for our younger learners to use with our teachers. So they're going to keep it streamlined in this format. And as we talked about earlier, Google is always making updates, and they make those updates because us as educators, we give them feedback. We tell them, hey, these are some things I suggest that you should change, because I just don't like that. And they take your feedback, and if they agree with your feedback, they definitely will make those changes. So Google is forever changing. So just keep that in mind, but it's always going to remain user friendly because they know that teachers and students utilize the tool. All right, let me show you something else that's very useful on your document. You can look at the history of your document, your viewers trends, information. So maybe as a teacher, you've assigned this Google document to your students, and they said, I didn't see it, I didn't get it, I don't know nothing about it. Well, Google, like the kids like to say, Google keeps receipts. So with using Google, I can now present these receipts to my students to show them, well, you said you didn't see this document, you didn't get this document, but I can see that you viewed this document at 10 a.m. on June 22nd. So with this document, you'll be able to have access to all of this information on the activity dashboard. This is something new they've kind of added with this information here all in one spot for you. So I can see who's shared with, who all of my viewers, important information that I may need to keep track with as a teacher, just to keep those receipts, as the students like to say. So I just wanted to show you that information. And then Ms. Haney's already talked about that share button. That share button looks the same whether you go from app to app. The only thing is going to change is the color. So when I go to Google Slide, that share button is just going to change to that orange yellowish color. It's going to still look like this. You're going to share it the same way. So that's what I was saying earlier. Google, one thing about Google, when you transition from one app to another, the format is still the same. So I don't have to worry about learning everything over. Everything is kind of in the same place. All right. So now let's go ahead and start talking about a few of the things that you need to know for your test. and for your assessment. And then this is one thing that you really don't need to know. It's just something you need to know in general if you're going to use Google Docs. Have you guys ever used the suggestion tool in Google Docs? You can suggest edits. It's a tool in here where you can suggest edits to another user on Google Docs. Have you ever heard of that tool? Have you ever used that in Google Docs? Let me know. Yes. All right, let's see. One yes. Yes, yes, yes. All right, so I see a lot of no's. I thought I was going to have a whole bunch of yeses. I could have moved right on past that. Okay. Well, the suggesting tool is a great resource to utilize in Google Docs. As a teacher, educator, you can go on here and suggest edits to your students without marking up their original document. And as the student, they have the choice of whether or not they want to accept your edits. You can use it for peer editing. There's just so many different things you can utilize it for. So I see a lot of no's. So I'm going to show you guys how to use it real quickly. So over here in the top right-hand corner, kind of under my share and my little image icon under here, there's a little pencil. Does everyone see that little pencil? And when I hover over the pencil, it says editing mode. Does everyone see that little pencil icon? When I click on the drop down of the when I click on a little icon, it gives me some more options. I can edit, I can suggest, or I can view. So right now, of course, I'm in editing mode on my screen. That means I can edit this document. Miss Tiffany, you don't see the pencil? So that means I can edit the document. To suggest edits, I can go to suggesting mode. So I'm going to change my mode to suggesting. And when I do that, you'll notice that icon has now changed to a little pencil inside of a little box now, a little call out box right here. Is everyone with me? Do you see that icon? I'm not sure what's going on with you, Ms. Victorian. All right, so I'm going to show you how it works. So let's say I wanted to make an edit on this sentence right here. Maybe it's something I saw that needs an edit on it, and I want to suggest this edit. So I can select the text that I would like the edit to be made, and then I can type whatever I want. So let's say I wanted this deleted. If I click delete, notice what happens. It puts the little green bar around and lines around the text that I've selected. And since I hit delete over here, a comment box will automatically pop up on the right hand side telling them that whoever is suggesting that you delete this portion of the sentence. And you'll see it has a check mark and it has an X. If the student or the user, doesn't have to be a student, could be adult, whoever the person is that you're suggesting the edits to. If the user accepts the suggestion, then Google will automatically delete the comment or the words that were selected. If I hit X, I'm rejecting. That means I don't want your suggestion. You can keep it. It won't make any changes. So this is a great resource that teachers like to use for peer editing or just to provide our ELA teachers, our social studies teachers, science, math teachers. If you have open-ended responses or essays that you want to provide feedback to your students on, this is one of the ways they use it when they're doing digital online feedback to provide feedback to their students. So if I hit the check mark, it's gonna, you see it's deleted that information here for me, is gone. But also in my comment history box, it keeps all of that information. So even though I check it or exit and that comment box is, that automatically a comment box is gone, it's always gonna be up here in my history. So I always have it to know as a reference of what information I provided to my students. So I just wanted to talk about that for a few moments. That is a great resource that you should be utilizing, especially during this time of distance learning. If you want to provide feedback to students writing essays or short or open-ended responses that you want to provide feedback, that's a great way to collaborate and provide feedback to your students. Now, one thing people always forget when you switch into this mode, when you're finished providing your suggestions, you have to switch back to edit mode. So once I'm finished, you have to come back up here and you have to click back on edit mode, back to the pencil. Otherwise, you'll still be suggesting things. So you always have to switch back to your edit mode. All right, so question. If you were not familiar with suggesting mode, do you see any ways that you can utilize that now with your students? Let me know in the chat. All right, awesome. So that's not a tested skill, but it's definitely something you should utilize with Google Docs because that's a great resource to utilize in here with your students. Your students will love it. And it's just a great resource to utilize. All right, so let's go ahead and start talking about a few other things in here. Let's talk about comments. Does everyone, yes, open-ended questions, creating your own steps. Yes, ma'am, great idea. All right. Has everyone left a comment on a Google Doc before? Have you just left a regular comment for your student, your coworker, your administrator? Have you left some type of comment on a Google Doc? All right. So there are a few ways. I see a few people that said no. So there are a few ways that you can actually leave comment. We're going to talk about a regular comment and leaving direct comments today because those are things you have to know how to do. Just a regular comment, and then there's a thing called direct comments. So we're going to go ahead and get into comments. So maybe as a teacher, you want to tell the students to rethink their title of their document. You want them to change the title of their documents. So if you want them to change the title of their document, and this is where you want their attention to go, I'm going to select this information here, my title of the document. And notice when I select the title of the document, over here in the right-hand corner, a comment box appears over here in the right-hand corner. Do you guys see that? So I'm going to unselect it and notice there's nothing over here. But when I select some text information on the actual Google Doc and I highlight it, now a comment box appears over here on the right-hand side. Do you guys notice that? Did you just notice that as I did it again? So I'm going to do it one more time. Notice when I remove the highlight, there's no comment box right over here. Well, when I select some text and information, that comment box appears over here on the right. Do you guys notice that? All right, so that's one way I can add a comment to a document. Also, I can select the text and I can go on my toolbar. And on my toolbar, I just have my screen a little bit larger, so I have to click on the three dots. If yours is normal size, you don't have to click on the three dots. And on my toolbar, you can locate the add comment icon. Does everyone see the add comment icon here? I'll make it a little bit bigger for you guys to see. On my toolbar, there's an add comment icon. So that's another way you can add a comment. So you're going to do whatever works best for you to add a comment. All right, everyone says they see it. Great. So I have my text selected and I'm going to click the add comment box. And when I do that, notice it now has that text that I selected, it has it highlighted like a yellow-orange color. And that way it's going to draw attention to the students when they come on this document. And I can simply leave a comment and tell the student to please review. Something simple. Remember, because in your comment box, you actually want to leave an actual comment, and I'm going to hit comment. And now when a student comes here, they will see a comment is left by the teacher or whoever left this comment here on the document. So that is how you leave a basic comment on a document. Is everyone clear on how to do a comment? If not, let me know. I'll go back over those directions quickly for you. All right. So let's talk about a direct comment. Have you ever left a direct comment on a Google document? Have you ever left a direct comment on a Google document? All right. I see a lot of yeses. That's great. Awesome. So to leave a direct comment, what is the first thing you must type in the comment box? No, not a, if you only have, I'll get back to the @ sign in 1 second. If you only have view access, can you still leave a comment? If you only, Miss Haney, I don't know on that one. Miss Haney, if you only have view access, can you leave a comment? I'll show you guys in a second when you do your direct comment. If the person does only have view access, you can change it when you're leaving your comment to what type of access the person has. You can give them access to only comment on the document as well. So we'll check it out and see. At Miss Alexander, no, not an @ sign, but it's kind of like an @ sign. So let's talk about direct comments and direct mentions. So is everybody, I'm not going to say does everybody have a Facebook? Is everybody familiar with Facebook and how it kind of works? All right, so some people are. So Facebook, how it kind of works is when you're wanting to leave a direct mention for someone in Facebook so that they get a notification on their bell that you left a comment, most people use the @ symbol and they type that person's Facebook username. They do the @ symbol and then the person's Facebook username, and then they go ahead and type their comment. That makes sure that the person is notified on a little bell from Facebook that someone left a reply to them. So because you did that because you want them to see what you left. So this is kind of how the direct comment works in Google, but I'll show you how it works. So I'm going to open up a new comment box. So I'm just going to place my cursor here, and I'm going to add a new comment box. And for Google, instead of an @ symbol, you must type a +sign. The first thing you must type is a +sign. So instead of the @ symbol, you type a +sign in Google to get a direct mention to someone in Google. And what this does is it ensures that this person receives notification that, hey, there's something on this Google Doc or this Google Slide or this Google Sheet, whatever Google app it is that I need you to attend to. Google will send an email notification to that person notifying them of this. So that's why you would want to do a direct comment or direct mention in Google. So the first thing I'm going to type in the comment box is a +sign. Is everyone cool with that? You got that part? So you replace that @ symbol with a +sign for Google. All right. After that, you want to type the actual email of the person that you want to send a notification to. So I type a +sign, and then after that, I type an actual email of the person that I want to send the direct mention to, the direct comment to. So I will type in the email of that person. If you contact the person a lot, the email will populate automatically when you start typing. So you can click on the name, and you have to have the full email. So sglasper1@ebr.schools.org, the full entire email here for the direct mention. And notice now in the side of the comment box, underneath the comment box is asking me, do I want to assign it to Miss Haney? Yes, I do, because notice also right here it's telling me my mention, the plus and the mention, which is the plus in her email, will add people to this discussion and send the email. That's exactly what I want Google to do. I want her to be notified that there's something on this document that I need her to attend to. Now, one thing we have to keep in mind for EBR, for our teachers, is our younger students don't have emails. So it really doesn't matter if we do a direct mention to our younger students. They don't have email, so they will never get a notification from Google. But our older students, 11th, 12th grade, and some of our middle schoolers, depending on where they are, they do have access to email. So we use this a lot with the adults when we're working and collaborating together and sending them a direct mention on documents that way. So just to give you an idea of what it's used for. So I have my plus sign, my mention, which is the person's email. And then down here, it gives me a description. I'm going to click assign. But also, this is a comment box. I want to actually leave a comment here. So after I have the plus sign and the mention, which is the person's email, go ahead and leave your comment here. So I can actually leave a comment here. Please review this document. All right. So far, is everyone okay with the direct mention in Google? This is how you send out a and we're not finished just yet. We're going to add one more thing to the comment box, but I want to make sure you're clear on, for Google, a direct comment is a plus sign and the mention, which is the person's full entire email address. Awesome. Great. And then, of course, this is a comment box, so you can leave your comments here. Also, Ms. Haney talked about, she showed you guys about going to your Google Drive and getting a shareable link from your Google Drive. So you can do those things here in your comment box. So in my comment box, I can type in URLs here to link the students. Maybe I want them to refer to a website here. I can add it in the comment box. Also, I can add shareable links. So if I go to my drive and I go and find a shareable link for a PDF, it may be a PDF that's going to help them with their research. If I go to the PDF that I locate, double click on it. How do I get a shareable link from here? Because she talked about this earlier, so it's going to be a little impromptu pop quiz. How do I get a shareable link from here? So can everyone with access to the doc can still see the comment even if you directly mentioned a particular person? You are correct. Whoever has access to the document, they will be able to see all of the comments. Yes. All right, does anyone know? I'm right here on this screen. What will I do to get a shareable link of this PDF? This PDF is located in my Google Drive, but I want to obtain a shareable link. How can I get it from here? What do I need to do? The 3 dots, more actions. You are so correct. Click on those 3 dots, more actions, and then what do I need to do next? Click share. You are correct. After I hit share, then what is the last step? Hit copy link. So here's the copy link down here at the bottom. It verified with me that the link was copied. I can go back to my Google Doc here, and I can drop that link inside of this comment box. So now inside of this comment box, I have a direct comment here with my plus sign and dimension, which is the person's email. I have a comment here. I've also linked them to a website. And also I've shared a shareable link to my Google Drive. So I'm providing additional resources here on the document for the student as additional feedback. So now that I have all what I want inside of my actual comment box, I can hit assign. And you can see that the assigned person will be notified and responsible for marking this as done. So I'm going to hit assign. And then this box pops up. And Google is going to verify with you when you do this. This person that you're sending this direct mention to, what do you want them to do? What kind of access do you want to give them? So when you click with share with this one person who is here that you've attached, it's giving you the options. You can allow them now to only comment on your document, so they won't be able to edit your document, but they can come and comment on your document now, or you can switch it and give them edit access from here. So I do like that when I leave direct comments, I'm able to get more options on how a person can respond to my comment. So if I have them in view only access and I want it to stay on view only access, I can change it to where they can only comment on the document. So once I have this set and I'm sure, I can hit comment. And now she will receive an email notification from Google stating what the comment is, and it'll link her to this actual document. But also, if you notice over here, now I have a URL here that links and takes them directly to the website. I can place that there. And also, I'm able to place shareable links inside of this comment box to take them directly to that file as well. So that's I love using direct comments in my comment box to provide links and sources for your students or even for other adults. So have you been utilizing your comments boxes in that way? Let All right. Oh, I'm sorry. So I asked, have you been utilizing your comment boxes that way in with the URLs, the shareable links? Have you been using your comment boxes in that way to add additional resources for your students or even adults when you're collaborating on a Google document? All right, so that's just to give you another idea of how you should be utilizing it. And this is something that you have to know for level 1. So make sure you're familiar with direct comments. So I'm going to quiz you on this before I leave from direct comments. So to leave a direct comment, the first thing you must do is actually open a comment box. After you open your comment box, what is the first thing you type in your comment box, you guys? Yes, type a plus sign. After you type that plus sign, what is the next thing you're going to type? Yes, you're going to type that person's email. That's the mention. So that's the direct mention. The plus sign in the email is the direct mention. After you type that, then you leave your actual comment. And then after your comment, feel free to add URLs, shareable links, any information needed in that comment box for the person that you're leaving the comment for. So is everyone now comfortable and familiar with using leaving a direct comment in the comment box on a Google document? Awesome. All right. So we talked about just leaving a regular basic comment. We talked about direct comments. Now we're going to talk about the Explore tool. Have you ever used the Explore tool? Let me know in the comments. Have you ever used the Explore tool? Good, great, great. Well, guess what? You're going to learn about it today, and hopefully you'll start using it today with your students or maybe even in your personal life if you're going back to school. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. So let's talk about how can I find the Explore tool. Well, there's different ways that you can find the Explore tool. So it is a tool. So where is one place that you think you could locate the Explore tool? Just because you even though you don't know where is one place you could locate it because it is a tool. I see. All right. So I'm gonna do the other one last. So I see one person says tools. Yes. If I go to tools and I go down a little bit, I'll see where it says explore. So right here, it says explore. And here's my Explore tool. And notice that icon next to the word Explore. Someone has already spotted it in the comments, and they said it's at the bottom right hand corner. So you should notice this little icon over there in the bottom right hand corner. Each and every time you open up a Google document, that Explore tool is always there. Just pay attention to it from now on. Every time you open up a document right over here in this bottom right hand corner, you'll notice that this tool will always be here. But you can always go to tools as well to open it up. So I'm going to click on Explore. And you can see the first thing that has happened. The Explore tool was designed to help students become better researchers. So one thing that you can see that the Explore tool did is it scanned this document that I have open, and based off of the information, it gave me some search topics. Do you guys see that? So it actually scanned this document that I had, and based off the information on this document, it gave me some topics that I may want to research. So this is one thing that it did for me. One of my students taught it to me last year, LOL. Yes, students, the kids know about everything. So that's one thing that it does. It will scan your document and give you some suggested topics based off of the information that you have here. So does everybody see that, how it just scanned this document, and based off the information I had here, it's giving me some topics that I could do some research on as a learner. All right. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna do the topic, the Great Barrier Reef. And when I do that, I now have 3 areas to focus on: web, images, and drive. So I'm gonna start at my drive first. So what this does is when I go to the drive area, it scans my drive for me. It's going to search my drive. Now, this is not perfect. It doesn't work perfectly all the time. So hopefully they fix that glitch. Sometimes it's glitching a lot. But what it does is it's going to search my drive for me for any information that I already have in my drive on the Great Barrier Reef, because that's what I'm researching. I need more information on it. So what it does is it searched my drive and found any information that has any information on the Great Barrier Reef, and now I have access to it here. So I can quickly look at that information here. So does everyone see that, how it searched my drive or scanned my drive and it's pulling up all of the information that's actually located in my drive that's pertaining to the topic that I searched. So that's one of the things that the Explore tool does as well. It helps you search and find research information on the topic that you're utilizing. So does everyone see that on their, did everyone see that information for Drive? How does it work? How does it scan your information to help you research? All right. The next section we're going to talk about. So is everyone good with that drive section before I move on? I'd like to check with you guys before I move on. All right, awesome. So the next section is the images. I love this feature as well. Um, and it pulls up, and I like this feature as well because it kind of filters out all of that. Because you know how students will go and search on Google itself, just searching the web on in the Omnibox. And what happens when they go and search in the Omnibox? So you can tell the students, hey, go search this topic in the Omnibox. What happens when they go and do that? A lot of the times you'll notice if I just go and do a random search in Google, yes, all kinds of things pop up that you don't. Of course, the topic itself will come up, plus a whole bunch of other things that I did not want them to run into. So, one thing I like about using the Explore tool is it filters out all of that bad stuff and it really kind of sticks to the search topic, and that is what will mostly come up. So I like for the students to use the Explorer tool to search that way as well, because it does a pretty good job of filtering out that content for you. So that's why we would prefer that our students use this. Because see, it's going to filter out that stuff that I don't want them to run into. So it does a pretty good job at that. So with the images part, you can see they have some beautiful images here, and I can just hover over the image. And I'm going to just place my cursor right here on the document. Wherever I place my cursor and I hover over an image, so let's say I want this image here. And when I hover over it, there's a little plus sign. When I hit the plus sign, it will insert the image onto the document where I had my cursor. And it, of course, is going to come out a little large. You just have to reduce the size. And I do want to point out one thing. So when I click on the image, you should notice that there is something attached to it. So when I insert images here from using the Explore tool, it attaches the source, where the image came from for the students. So if they're doing research and they need to make sure they cite all of their sources, it's going to be attached here for them so they don't have to go and search for where or locate where they found that image. And you, of course, you can remove the link. It's there for you, but I do like that it does attach that information for the students there. All right, so we saved the best part for last. So is everyone good before I move from images? Is everyone cool with images portion of Explorer tool? It's great for filtering out unnecessary content that you don't want your students to run into. It's gonna stick to the topic for the most part. Great. All right, so we're gonna go to the best part, the web section. And a lot of you guys are going to probably be like, man, I wish this was around when I was in school. Or if you're in school now, you're going to be like, man, I can use this now. And like one of the teachers shared, your kids already know how to use it. They probably are already using it. So with the web section, the first area that shows up is always a brief summary or overview or bio of a person or whatever you're searching. That comes up first. So you have to scroll down just a tad bit and you'll see an area that says web results. And with the web results over on the right-hand side, there are 3 dots. Let me make this just a tad bit bigger so you can see it. So over here next to web results is 3 dots. And notice when I hover over those 3 dots, it tells me to select my citation format. So students could come here and decide use whatever your required citation format is, and choose MLA, APA, and Chicago to cite sources that they used. So we're just gonna keep it on MLA, but they definitely can come here and change it to the other options. So you can just click on it to change it. So I'm going to just check it back on MLA. So this is where students can come and cite sources using the Explorer tool. I wish I had this this was around when I was in school. This would have helped me out a lot. Instead of me having to carry around that book, that told me how to cite those sources. We had to manually do these things when I was in school. So, all right. All right. So let's say the student went to this web page here and just got a fact from this website. I'm just going to copy from right here. I'm not going to actually go inside of the website because you'll get the point of what I'm getting ready to do. So let's just say that the student got another fact from this website and added it to their sources, to their quick facts, and they copy and paste it here, and they want to cite the source to give the proper credit. So this is the site where I actually got the information from. So notice as I'm hovering over the site, I see something. As I'm hovering over the site, do you guys notice anything? As I'm hovering my mouse over this site where I borrow the information from. Yes, Miss Carrie. Absolutely. I see some quotes here, quotations. All right. So if I click on the quotation, it says cite as a footnote. So I'm going to click on it and look what happens. It puts a tiny one there because this is my first footnote that I've added to the document, and it's going to cite this website as a footnote in the citation format that I selected. So you can make it just a little bit smaller so you can see it on your end. So now you can see and it'll put it as a footnote for them at the bottom of the page. Isn't that cool? All right. So definitely utilize that with your students. Show them how to use the Explore tool. The Explore tool was developed for you and your students. It's developed to help them become better researchers, to help them stay organized as they're doing their researchers. They're doing their research. So definitely utilize the Explore tool with your students whenever you get a chance with Google Docs. So is everyone comfortable with citing a source as a footnote? Do you need me to go back over that before I move on, or are we okay? All right, awesome. So that is the Explore tool, you guys. It's a great tool. It's a hidden gem inside of Google Docs. I like to make sure we go over the Explore tool. It is something you need to know for your level 1 assessment, but past the level 1 assessment, it's just great to know in life. It's a great resource to utilize with your students. So definitely use the hidden gem inside of Google Docs. That is the Explore tool. So for Google Docs, we talked about leaving comments. We even talked about doing suggested edits. We talked about share button. We reviewed that. We talked about how you can come here and use this folder to actually save, to keep your drive organized and save your documentations right here from this document. We talked about the Explore tool, and we talked about direct comments. That's our time for Google Docs. Those are the main skills that we teach. Of course, on a normal day, we will go over a whole bunch of other cool features inside of Docs, but that's all we can cover for today. Do you have any questions about Google Docs before we move on? All right, awesome, great. If you do, just drop it in the comment box, or also just email us as you're practicing. And I'm gonna go back to the slideshow just to remind you guys on slide 54. Present my screen for a second. On slide 54, we have the actual task that we want you to complete. Practice it on your own. so that you can make sure you're comfortable with actually completing these tasks. It goes over pretty much everything that I just went over. There's 3 parts. Adding a PDF to a comment box, leaving a direct comment, just leaving a regular comment, using the Explorer tool on a Google Doc. So this task will review the things that you need to know to be successful on level 1 for Google Docs. So definitely feel free to go and practice that on your own. If you run into any questions, let me know. My email is already here. You can definitely email me your questions and I'll be able to assist you. So I just did want to remind you about that. So we're going to go ahead and move on to Sheets. All right, is everyone ready to move on? All right, that's what I want to hear. All right, so do we have any Sheets fans in here? Does it Sheets? Do we like Sheets? Or are we like, no, I don't like Sheets? You like Google Excel? Okay. All right, and just remember, Google is a watered down version. So of course, everything is kind of more user friendly for teachers and students. So Google Sheets is a lot more user friendly. It doesn't have all the same bells and whistles as Google Excel, but it pretty much does the same thing. All right. So Google Sheets is the equivalent to Microsoft Excel, as Microsoft Word is equivalent to Google Doc. So Microsoft Excel is Google Sheets equivalent. So we're going to talk about Google Sheets. And if you're following along on the presentation, Google Sheets starts on slide 55. This is where you're finding information here of the things that we'll go over. But I'm going to actually go into an actual and of course, you guys do this on your own, but I'm going to actually go into the actual Google document and show you some for level 1. And remember, for level 1, we only cover the basics. So we don't go all into the app in level 1. In level 2, we dive deeper into the different apps. So for level 1, we keep it basic because most times our participants need those basic skills that they need to pass level 1. So, like I said, Google Sheets is the same, kind of the same thing as Microsoft Excel, just of course watered down. Of course, when I come here, I don't have all the same bells and whistles as I would in Microsoft. But let me go ahead and go over and show you a few things. So notice I've transitioned over to a new app. But notice I can come over here on the left-hand side. This is where I name my app. Notice here, they have the little icon of the app, and everything is now green to match the green color for Sheets. And then, of course, over here is my share button, my comment history, my trends. This is where my little folder is here. So this is what I was saying. As I transition from app to app, the layout is still going to be the same as I transition. So I love that. I don't have to figure out where everything is. It's all going to be kind of streamlined in the same place. My toolbar is here. So they keep it very streamlined for your users because they know our little users are using it. And we have our teachers that are on different levels of the technology wheel. So Google keeps that in mind as they're creating these apps. All right. So let's get into Google Sheets. So of course you have your toolbar, you have some of the same things that you would see in Google. And I'm not sorry, the things that you would see in Microsoft Excel, I should say, I'm sorry. You have some of the same features here. So you can see here, you have your some of your toolbars here and your icons here that you would see that you're familiar with. So definitely take a look at those. We're gonna go ahead and dig into the activities. So here on this first activity, the teacher had every intention of splitting the students' names by first and last name. But for whatever reason, the teacher got sidetracked and she ended up putting both the first name and the last names in the same column. So normally a teacher would probably just copy and paste the last names here and go through all of that. But Sheets has an easy way for you to just fix this error. So what you would do is you would select those names here. So once I go there and I select those names, I need to go to click up here where it says data. So I'm going to click on my data. And I'm going to scroll down a tad bit until I see an area that says split text to column. And when I do that, this little box pops up. It's a separator box. And I can click detect automatically, or I can click the little arrow here and I can choose how do I have the names separated. In this case, the teacher has the names separated with a space. So if I click space, watch what happens. Now I've easily switched the last names to the proper column without having to go through a whole bunch of copy and paste. So I like that feature in Google Sheets. I use that a lot because that's a quick fix for a mistake when I want to split something to another column. So that was the split text to column feature. All right, was everyone comfortable with that feature? Did you need me to show you again, or you got it and I can move on? Just checking with you. All right, awesome. So I'm going to click on my second tab on sheet number 2. And we're going to talk about sorting. Sorting is a tested skill for level 1. Our level 1 participants have to know how to sort. So we go over sorting a lot on our practice for level 1. So we're going to sort this sheet. So let's say that the Google asks you to sort this sheet by the student's last name. What column is the student's last name in? It's in column B. So if the direction said to sort by the last name, you need to find the column that actually has the header last name. So that's the column that I would sort by. But also, before I actually even start that, notice when I'm scrolling through on Google Sheets, sometimes I'm looking at a lot of data, especially when they release those test scores and we want to know those performance scores. The State Department releases that information. It's a lot of data and scores and information on those sheets. And when I start scrolling down, I lose my headers. And that means I have to continue to go back up to figure out what was up there. So there's a way to fix that before you start your sorting. And that way also that alleviates your headers from being sorted into your data. So we're going to do what's called freeze our headers so that they don't move when I start doing my sorting. So to do that, I'm going to click on the row that I want frozen, which is my headers. These headers right here, I don't want them to move at all. I want them frozen so that when I get ready to sort this data, they don't sort with my data. So I'm going to click on row number 1 over here on the left-hand side. Just click on 1. And when I do this, this actually changes how I'm going to actually view the sheet. So it changes my view. So that helps me to remember to go to view up here. So I'm going to go to view. And when I go to view, my first option is to freeze. So I'm going to hover over freeze. I could do one or two things. I can click on one row, or I can do up to the one current row that is selected. It's going to do the same thing. So if I click on one row, now you'll notice that my headers are frozen. They're not going to move at all. Only the additional data that was underneath is going to move. So now I have that information froze. And now I can go ahead and sort my data. So you guys told me, and is everyone good with freezing? Do you need me to go back over that? Because I know I kind of went through that kind of fast. Did you understand how to freeze a column? All right, good. All right, so now we're going to go back to what we were originally doing. We wanted to sort by the last name, which is located in column B. So to do that, since the last name is located in column B, I need to hover over column B. And notice when I hover over column B, a little drop down arrow now appears. You're going to click on that drop down arrow, and then it'll give you some more options. And you're going to scroll down until you see sort sheet, and it'll say A to Z or Z to A. So we're going to sort the sheet in A to Z order. And now my sheet is sorted in A to Z order by the student's last name. So that's a quick, easy way to sort. There are other ways to sort. We just find that that's the easiest way for you to sort, to teach you guys how to sort. So that is how you sort by a column in sheets. Did everyone understand that? That was pretty simple. If not, let me know. I definitely will go back over it for anyone that missed it, because that is something you have to know for level 1. They're going to test you to make sure you're a pro at sorting. All right, awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to sheet 3. Actually, I'm going to skip over sheet 3 and I'm going to go ahead and go to sheet 6, because we'll come back to that if need be. Now on sheet 6, they want you to be able to analyze data on a Google Sheet. I know we have things like JCampus, we have electronic grade books. We really don't have to do these things like teachers did. Like when my mom was teaching, she had that green roll book where she had to actually write down those grades and calculate them herself. So there's technology that does it for us. But for level 1, Google wants to know that you know how to use Google Sheets to actually analyze your data. So we're going to review that to make sure that everyone knows how to do that. And the great thing about it is you don't have to remember any formulas. Just remember these steps. So, of course, we have our students here, and the students have 4 tests that they have taken. And the teacher wants to analyze this data and find the average of the student scores. So the first step is the teacher needs to select the student scores. Now, one mistake people do is they come here and they select the student scores and the student name. What happens when you do that? If I select the scores plus the student's name and I try to find the average, what is going to happen for me? Yeah, it's going to give me an error because Google doesn't really care about the student name. It cares about those numbers, that data. So make sure you don't select the student's name. That's not going to be important to Google. That's going to be important to you, but it's not going to be important to Google Sheets. So I'm going to select the 4 test scores for the student. And then I want you to notice something at the bottom of my screen, because a lot of people don't even know it does that. When I select the student's 4 test scores, at the bottom of my screen, at the bottom of my screen, it shows here what the sum is. If I click on it, I also can get a quick average. I can find out what's the min number of the 4 scores, what's the max, and it also counts those numbers for me. Have you guys ever noticed that when you selected data? Have you ever paid attention to that at the bottom of your screen? All right, so those are some of the things when you select some data on a Google Sheet. These are the things that it will calculate for you on the bottom when you select data. Also, there's the Explore tool that we talked about. And with the Explore tool, it does some of the same things. I'll show you that in a minute, but I'm going to show you the traditional way first. So now that I have the students, let me make this just a little bit smaller because I can't see. All right, now that I have the 4 students' test scores selected, I'm going to use the function tool. The function tool is located on your toolbar. It's this tool, the symbol right here. That's going to be your best friend. If you're not trying to figure out these formulas, learn them, you don't care to know it, you don't have to. Use this function tool. Does everyone see that function tool on their toolbar? Make this a little bit bigger so you can see. Does everyone see this function tool? This is going to be your best friend for Google Sheets assessment. So look on your toolbar. If you have your screen blown up a little bit bigger, you're going to have to click on the 3 dots like I did, and then it'll give you more toolbar options. And here's my function tool right here. Mr. Sutton, do you see it yet? It's right there on your toolbar. All right, awesome. All right, so that's going to be my best friend. So when I click on the function tool, it gives me some options. I can find the sum, the average, I can count, max, min, all these great things. I'm going to click on average. And once I do that, it's going to put an orange box around those 4 numbers that I selected, and it's going to show me the formula for it. Now, this box is going to pop up. It's going to stay like this until I either press enter on my keyboard or I click into another cell. I'm just going to click into another cell. And now I have my average calculated for my first student. So now you can see here for my student 1, his average score is 68. Now, I may not want to go through those same steps over and over for the rest of my students. I found the formula. I just want to apply the formula now to the rest of the cells. So I'm going to click back in the cell where the formula was calculated. And once I do that, notice in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a very tiny square. And when I hover over the square, that my little selector tool turns into like a crosshair. Does everyone see that? All right. So what I can do with that is drag this down and apply the formula to the rest of the students' cells, and that way I can quickly find the formula for the rest of the students. So once I go through that long step for one student, I don't have to go through that for the rest of the students. I can quickly apply that to the rest of the students I have listed there. So I'm going to do that one more time. So click on the cell where you found the average, and in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a tiny square. Hover over it, pull it down, and apply the formula to the rest of the cells. And now I have the average for all of the other students, just that quickly. So that's a quick way to find the formula. If you don't feel comfortable with it, or you can even copy and paste the formula to the next cell. It's definitely up to you. Is everyone cool with that? They're comfortable with using the function tool like I modeled? If not, let me know. I'll definitely go back and review it. All right, awesome. All right. All right, so I'm going to go to the next area. Also, with Google Sheets for level 1, you have to be familiar with inserting charts and graphs onto a sheet to analyze data. So we're going to look at that on this next activity that we're getting ready to review. I want to make sure everyone knows how to insert charts and graphs onto a sheet. So there are 2 ways that you can insert a chart or a graph. First of all, you can go to insert. And when I go to insert, there's a little icon right here next to chart. So that's one way I can actually insert a chart, is by going to insert, or on my toolbar, there's this same little icon right here with a bar graph on it. You should see it on your toolbar. Does everyone see that icon on your toolbar? So there's a shortcut on your toolbar to insert a chart. All right. So before you actually insert the chart or graph, you have to select the data that you want Google to actually place on the chart or graph. So the data that I want to actually place on the chart or graph is here. So I'm going to select it, including the headers. And then I'm going to actually go to the little insert chart graph icon. And I'm going to click on it. And when I click on it, this pops up. It's going to pop up with a chart on it. I'm going to, for the purpose of this, I'm going to make it just a little bit smaller so you can see what's all going on. So it inserted a chart. And what it did is insert the chart that Google suggests based off the information, the data and information I have here. This is one of the suggested charts Google suggests I use. Now, they're not forcing me to use it. It's just a suggestion. I can definitely change it. So when I go here under setup, under chart type, I can choose another different type of chart. So maybe I want to go here and select this chart. This is how I can change what type of chart I have here. So once I insert the chart, it's going to automatically pop up with the one that Google suggests for you, but you're not stuck to that. When you go to chart type, you can change it to whatever chart or graph that you would like. It's just going to always pop up first with the suggested one. All right. So now, let me go back here. So now I have my chart here based off the data information that I have here on my screen. I can actually insert another chart. But first, let's talk about a few things on this chart, because we're going to insert 2 charts here in a second, and I'll show you what else we can do with it. So now that I have my chart on here, they make it easy for you to make edits to your chart. So like this title right here. Of course, I would not want this title right here. I could simply just double click on it and rename it here. I can rename it there. But also, if there's other things that I would like to do to my chart, I could come here under customize. So notice here, I can navigate between setup and customize for my chart to perfect it for maybe I'm having a data meeting. I need to present some data, or I need this information for whatever reason. I can definitely jazz up this chart. And of course, this is not level 1. So if you want to tune me out for this part about the setup and customize, you can, but this is just something you can use pertaining to your job. So I definitely can change the background color. I can add border to this chart. But what people like to do to make their chart stand out because they're going to do a presentation or something, they like to do the 3D. So you see what happens when it goes, what happens to the bars when I do 3D and even maximize. They like to do, those are some of the things they like to do to set up their chart. So I'm going to take the maximize off, though it's doing a little bit too much for me, but I'm going to keep the 3D. So those are some of the things that you could come here in the different categories under customize to customize and perfect your chart. Now that's just extra. You don't need that for level 1. But under setup, this is where you can change your x-axis, your series. It walks you through that information. If you don't like how it's set up, this is where you could come and actually personalize your chart. But let's get back to the basic level 1 skills. So notice when I click on my chart, it puts a border around it and those 3 dots appear on the screen. So let me make this back larger. So you'll notice now when I click off my chart, the 3 dots are gone. Click on it, 3 dots appear. That means I have more options. So I can edit this chart. When I do that, it brings back up the chart editor. So if I need to make any edits to this chart, that's a quick way for me to do it. Or I can simply double click and it brings up the chart editor. Also, I can delete the chart, download it, publish it, copy it, move it to its own sheet. So those are all the different things that I can do with this chart. Now I want to show you guys what happens when I move this chart to its own sheet. So I'm going to go click on my chart, click on the 3 dots, and click move to own sheet. Now I'm ready to present my data at this meeting. Everyone is able to see it. It's presentable. So that is one reason why I would move my data to its own sheet. That way it's presentable. I can present this in a meeting. So you can create some great, wonderful charts and graphs and resources in Google Sheets. Yes, Ms. Deborah, is very nice. I love this feature. And it's just very easy and user-friendly to use. It doesn't take you long to learn Google Sheets at all compared to someone trying to learn Microsoft Excel. So yes, it's very user-friendly. It's very nice. So now you can see down here at the bottom, Google Sheets has created its own tab for the sheet, for the graph, I should say, or the chart. It's called chart 1. They've added it down here. So it is inserted formula. So it literally moved it to its own sheet. So those are things that you need to know for your level 1 assessment. How to take data and place it and insert it on a chart and move it to its own sheet. Is everybody comfortable with that? Before I move on. All right, awesome. We have one more thing to do and I'm done with sheets. We have one more thing to do and I'm done with sheets. All right, so remember I said you have to be a sorting pro for Google Sheets level 1. They want to know that you know how to sort. They want to know that you know how to use that function tool and insert charts and graphs on your sheet. So we're going to do one more sorting practice and we're going to be done. So on this sheet, let's say you were asked to sort this information by the average score from high to low. Tell me what would be my first step, you guys, if I wanted to sort this information by the average score and I wanted it sorted from high to low. What would I need to do first? Tell me in the chat. Not all at once, you guys. If I need to, all right, someone says freeze those headers. Let's freeze those headers. Just in some, when I sort by average scores, normally they don't move, but let's go ahead and practice freezing. So let's do that. So you guys tell me what's my first step to freeze the headers. So we're gonna freeze before we start sorting. So first, let's tell me, what do I do? Click on the row number. Yep. So we're going to click, we want to freeze row 1. So I'm going to click that. And then what do I click next after I do that? Select view. All right. Go to freeze. All right. And then what is my last step? Current row. I can do up to the current 1 row or click 1. Doesn't matter. Now that's frozen. All right, you guys are awesome. Y'all are on it. Y'all should go ahead and take, when we finish this training, you should go ahead and take your level 1 assessment. I promise you, you're ready to take it and pass it. All right, so now we want to sort this data by the average score from high to low. Tell me what to do. Hover over column B. All right, so I see hover over column B and then I see hover over column C. So which one? Yeah, we're going to do column C because we want to sort by the average score from high to low. So I'm going to hover over column C. All right, now what? Yep, click the little drop down arrow. All right. Yep, click the drop down. And then what's our next step, you guys? Sort A to Z. So now the last set of directions said we want to sort from high to low. So if we're doing high to low, would we do A to Z or would we do Z to A? Yes, Mr. Sutton, we'll do Z to A actually. So we're going to do sort Z to A. And now our scores are sorted from high to low. Does everyone see that? So descending order, high to low. All right, yes, Z to A. So is everyone comfortable with doing that? So the task was to sort by the average score, which is located in column C from high to low. So you hover over column C because that is where the average score is located. And they said from high to low. So you do Z to A and it'll do just what you need it to do. So you guys should be super comfortable with sorting. and using Google Sheets. So we covered all of the basic tasks that you need to be able to do. And of course, every task or everything you do on your assessment, Google is going to ask you to share. So we already went over that share button. You guys know how to share. You will have to be able to share your document and change access to the document. That's redundant. We've been over that before. So we went over sorting a few times. We talked about the function tool. Definitely utilize that to do your functions. And we've also talked about inserting charts and graphs and moving them to their own sheet. Those are the basic skills that you need for level 1. So do you have any questions about Google Sheets? Let me know in the chat. If not, and I'm right on time, you guys, because you are such a great audience. You're wonderful. If not, we're going to take a 10-minute break, because I know that was a lot of information in a short period of time. But like I said, you guys are pretty much, sounds like y'all are ready to go ahead and take this level 1 test and ace it. So if you don't have any questions, we're going to go ahead and set a 10-minute timer, you guys. So go ahead and take a restroom break, water break, snack break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. We won't leave. We'll be here if you have any questions. So I'm going to go ahead to my Omni box and set a 10-minute timer. And I'm just going to mute myself. Yes, ma'am, I definitely can. Can I go over how to cite information on the Google Doc? Yes, ma'am. I'm going to take this information off here. And I'm going to go back to this Google Doc, make this a little bit bigger for you. And you're going to cite information on the Google Doc, you're going to have to use the Explorer tool. And the Explorer tool could be found in 2 places. You can go to Tools and go to Explore, and it's here. Or also, each and every time you open up a Google Doc, the Explorer tool is always over there in the bottom right-hand corner. So I'm going to go to Explore, and here's the information. So I'm going to just search on the Great Barrier Reef. And to cite my source, I would want to be under the web section. And I have to scroll down because that first part, it gives you a little bio or brief description of whatever you're searching. You want to scroll down to the area that says web results. And next to web results, you'll see the citation formats. So here the student could come and choose what citation format their professor or teacher is requiring them to do or use. But let's say, I'm going to delete this for a second. But let's say the student went here and got a fact. They borrowed some information from the site. They borrowed a fact from the site, and they want to cite it. So I'm just going to copy this here just to show you the model this information. And then let me go back up to where I got it from right here. So notice when I hover over this site where I borrowed the information or I got some information from, and I want to cite the source, there's a quotation over here, and it's, when I hover over it, it says cite as a footnote. When I click on it, it will now cite the source as a footnote, and then it places it at the bottom of my page in the format that I chose for Google to do. So I did MLA. So this was my first site that I this is the first source that I cited. So I say that 5 times fast. So it puts it at the bottom of the page for you in the format that you chose. And if I add another source, it will be number 2, and it'll be in the format that I chose. All right, awesome, Ms. Franklin. Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that comment. Can you also go over how to add the chart into a separate sheet? Yes, ma'am. So make this just a little bit smaller. Make sure I was unmuted. Make sure I wasn't talking to myself. All right, so let me go back to this Google Sheet. I don't know what, let's see, Sheet 7. So I'm going to insert a chart on here, select your data, go to the insert chart icon here. And let's say I want to move this chart to its own sheet. I have to click on it a little bit so I can move it to C. And when I click on the chart, it gives me some more options by clicking on those 3 dots. When I click on those 3 dots, there's an option at the bottom that says move to its own sheet. So when I click move to its own sheet, voila, the chart is now moved to its own sheet. So it left sheet 7 and now it's on its own sheet called chart 2. So I hope that answers your question, Ms. Washington. All right. Splitting cells in a sheet. All right, so you want me to go over splitting text? What we talked about earlier? Definitely can. Let me open this up again so that I can show you. It's coming. Hold on 1 second. All right, so first of all, okay, you have to select the information that you want to split. So this information I wanted split the text to another column. So I'm going to select all of the information in here. Of course, I'm not going to choose the header. And then you have to go up here. Let me make this just a little bit larger to make sure you can see. Then you have to go up here to data and then come all the way down to split text to columns. And when I do that, this little separator box pops up and I can do the text automatically and it will work as well. Or if not, you can click the drop down and you can choose how the text was split on here. So of course it was space. So I'm going to click space and then it splits the text to its own column. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. Cook. Awesome.
All right, you guys, since the timer's almost done, I'm going to go ahead and transition to my screen.
And while she's transitioning, I just want to say, you guys, I'm going to say this again. You're such a great audience. We just got to keep encouraging you to go ahead and take your test. It sounds like you guys are very proficient already and you're ready to move on to the next level. And thank you for participating and interacting with us, making this training go by quickly and having a little fun while we're on here these 4 hours.
And Ms. Watson, we know that it could be a little overwhelming, especially if you're not that tech savvy. So we appreciate you even hanging on. And don't forget, we are recording this. It will be made accessible. So on the document that you guys went to add, let me zoom in some, to access the course today, right here, I'm going to highlight it probably, let me do a blue. This blue little link right here, I'm going to link it right here where it says here. The recordings, once it processes, it takes about maybe an hour or two after we end the meeting to process. So as soon as I get it in my email, I'm going to process it and stick it right there for you guys. It'll open up to a new document. So we know it's a little overwhelming right now, but please, thank you for bearing with us. But please, we're here to support. Our email addresses are right here. So after the training, after tomorrow, don't think you can't ask us any questions, ask for clarification. If we need to do a one-on-one to review some things, we're here for your supports. So I know, I can only imagine, but just hang on and just do what you can. Start off small and build your way up. All right, y'all, we'll go ahead and get started. The last tool for the day, excuse me. So I'm sure y'all like, oh, thank you, Jesus. We are at the last thing for the day. One of my favorite tools as a former classroom teacher, and even what I do currently, I use this almost every single day, Google Forms. So Google Forms, I like to kind of compare, or not necessarily compare, I like to kind of give the analogy that Google Forms is basically Google Sheets' wife or girlfriend. They kind of go together. So Sheets and Forms, they talk to each other. You collect the data from Forms, and that data that you collect will be moved, and you can now analyze it using Sheets. So I'm going to show you guys how to create a survey and also how to transition that into a quiz using Forms. And then Nikki just showed you guys all the cool things you can do with that data once you collect it from Forms or in Forms. So for the assessment, you'll need to know how to create a Google form, how to add and edit different question types, how to edit the form settings, how to send or email that form, how to view their responses, and then, of course, how to turn it into a quiz and embed a video. All right, so we're almost home free, y'all. Just hold on for about a good another 30 minutes. All right, so I'm going to go to google.com. And remember, over here in my right-hand corner, I have my app launcher. So same kind of repetitive steps. So go to your app launcher, click that, and then go to Forms. Typically, Forms is a lot lower down. I think it may even be on the second page of your app. So if you don't see it, just keep scrolling and you'll find it. I have mine moved up at the very top because I use it literally every day for different forms and different surveys. Once you click that, it will bring you to the home page of Google Forms, and you will see any of the forms that you have created in the past or people have given you access to. All right. At the very top, you have some templates that you can use and create as your own, but I want to do something from scratch. So to go from scratch, I'm going to go to my plus sign and hit the blank little icon. Once you open up the plus, or once you click the plus and it opens up a new form for you, you will receive a template. And this template is always entitled Untitled Form, and it always gives you one question by default. That's just how it is, and it's always purple. So we're going to customize and personalize our form to meet what we need and just kind of play with it and talk about the different settings. So the first thing you should do, of course, is to title your form. So in the right area right here, where it says Untitled Form, click there, and let's go ahead and call this Practice Google Form. Under where you titled that just now, you have your form description. So you can, of course, typically I think most people use that little form description area to add directions. You can leave that part blank. It's not required. I know some people may add directions or some kind of directives on what to do with this form. So please complete the form below if I can type. All right. You can add as much as you want. You can add hyperlinks there, whatever you want to have. You can provide that information for your respondents. In the left-hand corner over here is your file name. So we've titled our form, but we want to name our file itself. So you can simply click in that box and the name of your title should automatically populate in that area for you. You can of course change it if you want to, or add additional words or phrases or whatever you want to that title, or you can keep it whatever the title of your form is. All right, so we have titled our file, we've titled our form, and we have provided directions for our form. Let's go into our question building. So it gives us a question by default right here. Let me zoom in a little bit for y'all. So it gives us one question by default, untitled question. I want to go ahead and click in that area and start typing my first question. But before I type my first question, next to where I type my question, I have a little drop down. And it always defaults to multiple choice, always. So you can, of course, change the question type by coming to your drop down, selecting the drop down button, and then finding your question type that you would like to include. There are a variety of question types here. As y'all can see, they have the multiple choice, check boxes, drop down. You can have teachers or students upload files. I love that. I typically use that for my educators across the district. You can do short answer, paragraph, etc. Now, maybe right now you don't want to change that. So I'm going to keep it at multiple choice. One of the cool things about this is when you type in your question, Google will try to figure out your question type. So for example, I'm going to type in the word name. So right now it's multiple choice. I'm going to do name. And you see that my question type automatically changed because it recognized that name probably is going to be a short answer question. So I appreciate the little small things that Google does to kind of help us save time. Yes, I love using Google Forms for test prep, Ms. Victoria, and I completely 100% agree. I used to use it all the time with my students. And then, of course, the lock mode for Chromebooks. Yes, like that is a sanity saver, a time saver, and you can control your kids and what they're doing all the time on the Chromebooks. Yes, ma'am. So I have my first question titled name. It's short answer. If I want it to be extra fancy, I can add a picture to correspond to my question. I can also make it required. So I appreciate this little button right here because this requires all of your respondents to answer this question before they can hit submit. So you're not having the situation that may occur where a child does all of your questions, but they miss a question because it wasn't required. So then you have to go back and see what happens or follow up with that child or with that parent. So I appreciate the little require button because it's right there and it helps save you time. The trash can button is right here, and then you have your duplicate button. So maybe you have the same kind of question. You may want to just duplicate it instead of having to type it over and over and over again. There are some extra buttons that I'm not going to talk about. It's not level 1, but we do have Google Form trainings that y'all can definitely come to. We'll share that little catalog with y'all at the ends that we have all of our summer PD trainings on it. Is there a way to make forms user-friendly for math? I find it difficult when using different formulas, etc. So there are, Ms. Smith, I don't want to overwhelm everyone else because I want to stick with what's on the assessment, but I'm going to show a few different ways that you can use it, some easy ways you can use it while I'm talking about forms, but there are a lot more advanced ways that I recommend math teachers to use it. So we may need to have a one-on-one with you, Ms. Smith, just to kind of talk about some ways to use it for math. You have the answer validation. You have a lot of different ways you can do and kind of play with them forms, but I don't want to overwhelm everybody else by showing them advanced things. So at the end, a 2-on-1. Yes, Ms. Williams. Yes, I have y'all. I got you. And yeah, Nikki screenshots, and then of course the videos, and then they have it's a lot of different ways to use it in math. We'll definitely kind of schedule something with y'all. 3 on 1. It's up to 3 by now. All right, so we have our names. We have our first question. I want to go ahead and add a new question to this. So how can I add a new question to my form from all of my Google Form pros out there? What little button over here can I click to add a new question? Not everybody at once. All right, there we go, Miss Victorian. Thank you. My little plus symbol. So if I hit the plus sign, a new question will populate just like that. And I can now type in my next question. I'm going to keep this question multiple choice. So I'm going to go ahead and ask a question. I'm going to say, who is the main character of the novel? Very simple level 1 question. So who's the main character of the novel? I want it to be multiple choice, and I want to give my students some answer choices. So right here, I'm going to click where it says option 1 and type in my first option. So I'm going to just put Matthew. To add my second option, I'm going to click add option and do my second one. Tim. Third option, click add option, Bruce. And then for my fourth option, click add option and then do Samantha. All right, so I have all of that there and it's ready to go. Now, maybe I wanted to allow the students an opportunity to give me their own other answer. So maybe it's none of those answers, but it's an other answer choice. I can click add other. And what this, excuse me, what it does, it gives the students a blank space for them to type in another additional answer. So that option is there for users to type in their own answer right there, and they now have access to that. Show you guys how it looks really quickly to the respondents. So you'll see I have my little question right here, my answer choices right there for them to choose, and then they can type in the other answer choice if they want to. So other is really good just to kind of allow your kids to kind of, you know, add an additional answer choice, or maybe you want to kind of trick them a little bit and give them another optional answer choice. That option is there. All right, so I have my 2 questions. I have name, I have who's the main character. I want to add a video because I may want my students to watch a video and then respond, maybe summarize it or do a notice and wonder, something like that. I'm going to add another video, or I'm going to add a video, I should say. And to add a video over here in my menu, I have the option to add a video right here. So you'll see there are a lot of different extra menu options. To briefly talk about them, you have your plus sign to add a question. This new button is, it's about maybe a year old. It's the import questions button. If you are a Google Form user like I am, and you always have some of the same questions on your survey, that button is bomb.com. Let me show you guys. If I click import questions, it will pull up all of my previous forms. And I can now, I'm going to go to, let me see. Here it is. I'm going to go to this question right here, this attendance tracker. And I can now pull in any of these other questions that I had on another form. So for example, I do a lot of forms for the district level. And so we have 82 school sites within our organization. I don't want to type 82 schools over and over and over again. So I can now come and pull in that question, check it, import it, and that question will populate for me, and it's all right there. So I'm not spending that time, that precious time, typing in that same question with all of those answer choices over and over and over again. So I love that little question right there. And then underneath the import question button, I have my little title and description. Nothing spectacular, but you can add a title to a specific area, add another description, similar to the top of your page, or your form, I should say. You can add an image if you want to. So for my math teachers, you can add an image of the math problem for them to reference, or something like that, or have some kind of discussion. So you, and my ELA teachers, you can also, of course, upload the passages or the text for them to read or to reference whenever you ask them a question. You have your video button. You can upload a video. Then you have a new section that gets super fancy. But you can add additional sections to your form to where the respondents, depending on what they answer, can go to a specific section. That gets really fancy. But just sticking to the basics, I'm going to go ahead and add a video. So there is a little add video button. There's a YouTube player built in. So I'm going to click add video. And a little mini YouTube browser opens up. So I can now search for a video. I'm going to do a Eureka Math video. Specify, I'm going to do 5th grade. And I can now search YouTube. Miss Sterling, I got you, 5 on 1. And I can find a video according to what I type in my search box. So I'm going to just do this first little module, module 1, lesson 1. And I can give my students some directives. So I can tell them to watch the video below and answer the following question. You'll notice that I should not ask a question right here because there's no place for them to answer the question. So when you embed or insert a video or an image, you should simply just give directives. That's it. You should not ask them a question because there's no place for them to type the question. You have to insert a question after your video. So if I were to, yes, ma'am, Miss Smith, I got y'all. So we'll schedule something after the training just for y'all. So it won't be the whole EBR, it'll just be for you guys. If I want to add a question, over here, my little plus symbol right here, if I hit that plus sign, I can add my new question that corresponds to that video. So I can say, based on the video above, what issues or problems did you have solving the problem? Did you have solving the math question? Or something like that. So then the students can now respond to my question and they now have that paragraph area to respond. And then of course y'all saw that it changed to paragraph automatically. I didn't have to do it myself. With your video, you can also resize it to be smaller, to be larger. You can align it to the center, to the right, or to the normal left on the left-hand side. And then you can also, of course, delete it or change it out. So you do have some extra options to kind of personalize that section for you. All right. Let me delete this long question. That question is, Jesus Lord, that's long. I have my name question. I have my main character question. And then I have my math video for them to reference and answer this question right here. So my form is ready to go. I want this to be a quiz. Right now, is this form a quiz? So could I give this form to someone and it will grade it for me automatically? Let me know in the chat box. So right now I have my form ready to go. Could I send this form to someone for it to grade automatically? No. Okay, so I have to make it into a form to a quiz. Because remember, Google Forms is just a basic survey data collection platform. To turn it into a quiz, you have an extra little step. So I'm going to come up here to my little gear and click my settings gear. It's next to the send button. And this little box opens up. I get some extra options up here. I have 3 tabs. I have general tab, presentation tab, and quizzes. So if I go to the quizzes tab, the first option, it says make this a quiz. If I turn that on, this is now a quiz, and I can now set an answer key for my quiz to be auto-graded. If your kids have Chromebooks, you can turn on the locked mode to where they cannot do a new tab and search for answers. You can also specify if you want the grade to be immediately released or later after manual review. Ms. McCarthy, when you shuffle the questions good question. So on their presentation, you have the option to shuffle the question order. I do not recommend shuffling the question order if your questions depend upon each other. So it's going to shuffle everything, meaning your name question, your video question, the video itself. If you teach ELA, if you have a part A, part B question, it's going to shuffle it all together. So I don't recommend using the shuffle question order little button if your questions depend upon each other and they're in that order for a reason. So correct. Do not check that off if you have a video in there, because they're going to shuffle everything all together, unfortunately. Good question. Good question. Going back to my quizzes, this button is fairly important. So if you have, it defaults to immediately after each submission. If you have this checked off or it's colorful, is purple, that means your students will receive their grade right after they hit submit. If you have short answer or paragraph specific questions where you have to go back and grade what they submitted, you should not have that checked off. You should click later after manual review. That allows you to now go back and review the students' grades, because if you have this selected, the kids are going to get like a 0 out of or 10 out of 30 because you still have those short answer questions that have not been graded. So make sure you don't have that checked off unless you only have multiple choice or kind of like drop down kind of questions. And then of course down here, depending on your kids, you may want them to see the missed questions, the correct answers, and the point value. So if it's like a quick little review, you probably don't care if they see that stuff, but if it's a test, you may not want them to see the correct answers, because then they can share that with their buddy who's still taking a test. So it just depends on how you're using your Google form. All right, going back to my other tab. So this is quizzes. Any questions on how to turn on the quiz function or how to even access your settings? All right, so that's my quiz tab. My next tab is presentation. Oh, question, is there a way? No, ma'am. So unfortunately, so she said, is there a way to keep a video and question together the same way you do for a picture? So to my knowledge, no. Let's see, let me go back and shuffle it. Go back to my settings. I don't think I have it. No, I don't have it turned on. To my knowledge, it also shuffles all together, but let's see. Let's get the link and let's try it out. Just to double check. My knowledge is, yeah, so see, it shuffled it away. So you see, well, now my question is above it, just so happened. But if I were to refresh my page, it's now gone. So you see how it shuffled my video from my question? So my question for the video is way up here, and my video is at the very bottom. So it shuffles every single thing all together. So unfortunately, there's not a way to keep it stagnant and to have it remain where you want it to remain. That's why I know that shuffle question button is the bomb.com. But if you have things dependent upon the other question, don't select it, unfortunately. Maybe one day, you know, they may come out with something. I know typically you can report a problem and they will let you know, work on it. Google's very receptive to feedback from educators. So if you want to report a problem or report something that they should maybe implement or initiate, they will literally listen to you and consider it. So they're a very responsive company. Yes, so if you want to do shuffling, stick to only photo questions, correct. And then remember though, if you do, let me find it. If you do this kind of question, so if you, I'm sorry, not question, picture. So if you were to insert a picture from over here, if you add an image, I'm gonna just pull a quick image real fast. That may also be shuffled with everything. Let me just do it in Apple. All right, I have my Apple. That's so big. Let me make this smaller. And I'm going to insert a question after that. Notice and wonder the Apple image. All right, when I go back to my Google form, if I refresh my page, you see my image right here is not sticking with that question. So insert the image with the question itself, yes. But if you're doing a isolated image, it's gonna be shuffled along with it. So remember, you can insert an image with any question by hovering in between the question and the drag and drop right here and inserting your image right there. So then now my image will stick with my question. Let me do something smaller because that picture was too big. And it's still so big, Lord. Okay, it makes it smaller. So then now my image will stick with my question without me having to worry about that image moving around across every single question. So see, now my image is right there. So if you're going to do an image and you stick it with your question, you should be good to go. And yes, Ms. McCarthy, I completely 100% agree. I taught 5th, I've taught 4th, I've taught middle school. They are very creative in finding ways to help each other. 100% agree. So if you're going to use the shuffle and you have images, make sure the image is with the question and not separate. So right here, I have it with my question. Right here, I have it separate. Don't have it separate because it's going to be shuffled around and they won't be able to find what you're talking about. Have it with your actual question. So this is a good conversation to have. And Miss Franklin, bless your heart with seniors, because girl, who couldn't do it is me. I stick with my 5th and 6th graders on my sweet spot. I can only imagine how high school is with the cheating and helping their neighbors and helping their besties. I can only imagine. So there is a workaround if you're going to use images. Unfortunately, videos, not so much. You can only do the videos. You can shuffle answer options within each question so answers aren't easily shared. Yes, you could. But like I said, if you teach ELA and you have those part A, part B questions, it's going to get really wonky because all your part B will no longer be behind the correct part A. And most of the times those answers are dependent upon your part A answer. So it's a very small fix. It's just with the videos is where you're going to be kind of fall into a problem with it. Yes, keep the format as simple as you can. I know, Miss Franklin. I know. Yes, but we would like to shuffle questions and shuffle answers. Just keep them on their toes. And you can. So I'm not saying don't do it. It's just if you do it, be mindful that if you include a video, that will no longer be by the question. And if you do an image, make sure you include it with that question. Yes. So no split questions, no videos, and no separate frame items. Yes. And to be honest, y'all, Google Forms, I love it 100% because I use it all the time, but it's not perfect. So if you want that really good testing platform, there's Edulastic. I'm not sure if y'all have access to that. We use it in EBR. Edulastic is probably my most favorite testing platform, and you can do all those things that y'all want to do. Because remember, Google Forms is free, y'all. So we got to just, we have to take what they give us. But if you really want a really good testing platform that lets you shuffle questions and not worry about different things getting out of order, Edulastic is where you may want to go. And I'm not sure if y'all have access to Edulastic. But if y'all do, start using that. And we can provide a training for that also if y'all want that access to Edulastic. But unfortunately, Google Forms just, we can only use what they let us use because it is free. So we can't be too particular. But if y'all do complain enough, they will make the changes. I promise y'all. Google is very receptive to teacher feedback and to educator feedback. Excuse me. All right, going back to this. So in my settings, we've talked about the quiz tab. Going to presentation is really cool. We've had our discussion about the shuffling questions. I can show a progress bar and I can even customize my confirmation message. So I know when I was in the classroom, I would maybe have a confirmation message that said, thank you for submitting your quiz. Read chapters 5 through 6 until your classmates are done. Because if you've ever taught elementary school, they will harass you to ask you what is done or what needs to be done every single time that they're each are done with their assignment or their quiz. So I can provide extra steps right here in my confirmation message if I want to. Go on to my general. I can turn on my response receipts. In EBR, our students do not have access to email unless they're in high school, and a few middle schools have it. So this really isn't something that teachers will use. But if you interact with other adults often, that little button is thebomb.com is one of my favorites in Google Forms, because you often have teachers or adults that say, I turned it in, but I can't find my evidence. If I have that checked off and I have it on always, when they submit my form, they will receive a copy of their responses in their email. So it's literally a response receipt. They have evidence in their email to back up what they submitted to me. For us, we have this little button that says restrict to users in EBR. So if you want this form to only go to people within your organization, you may want to have that checked. If you do not, if you want it to go to parents or other community members outside of your CSAL bubble, you're going to want to have that unchecked so that anyone who accesses your form will have access to your form without having to email you asking for access. You can limit to one response. So if this is a quiz, you're going to want to check off limit to one response. You may also want to not check off edit after submit. So that button allows the respondents to come back in and access their assignment or their survey or their quiz and change their responses that they submitted to you. And then the last little button is they can see summary charts or text responses. Depending on how you use it, you may want to have that checked off or not checked off. Are there any questions about your setting options? And then this is one of the few times you have to hit save in order for your stuff to take. Any questions? We're almost done. You'll notice once you turn it into a quiz, you now see your total points right here. At first, that was not there. You now have that option right there. And I can now go into each question and set my point value. So let me delete this image. So I can now go to my first question. Not name, because clearly that's not points, but I can go to my main character question. If I select that question, I can now set my answer key so that Google will grade my question for me and give the student the points depending on what they choose. So when you select that question, you'll see answer key right there. You can now assign your points. I'm going to do 10 points for this question. And I can now select the correct answer. So now Google knows, okay, if Bobby chooses C, Bruce, he gets 10 points and he's good to go. I can choose more than one answer. So that means if any of my kids choose Tim or Bruce, they have it right, they get the 10 points. So you have the option to set your answer key so that Google can grade your responses from your students. This next part is not tested, but I like to show it because I think administrators are always harassing teachers to say, I need you to have immediate feedback. I need you to provide immediate feedback. This provides that immediate feedback. So when you're inside the question, you have the little area that says add answer feedback. If I click that, a little box opens up. For all of my kids that submit the incorrect answer, I can provide feedback. So, oh no, watch this video or a short review. And I can now embed a YouTube video for them to watch to recap. So maybe we talked about the days of the week. I can insert, which is very kindergartenish, but I can insert a video reviewing the days of the week or whatever we were talking about. I can have them go and watch that video if they got that answer incorrectly or incorrect. I can also insert a link to a website. So maybe I want them to go back to Khan Academy or go to a science website to review. I can have them go to that website to review and brush up and hopefully remediate. It's not a direct remediation. It's just kind of just an extra support for your kids, for them to go back and watch that video or go to that website. For your kids who got it correct, you can provide feedback also. Great job. Watch this video as a brain break or a preview of next week's lesson. And I can then go pull a lesson for what we're going to do next week. I'm going to just do the months of the year. So then you are kind of front loading some things for your students who got it correct, so that you are giving feedback to both of your students if they got it right or wrong. When you hit save, it shows up right there. So then it lets you know, okay, for your correct answers, they have this video to remediate or just to preview the next lesson. If they got it incorrect, they have this video to remediate themselves or to review until you can pull them into a small group. Once you hit done, that saves, and you can now go to your next question and do your answer key. Remember, if it's a short answer or if it's a paragraph question, you cannot add a correct answer. You have to go back and grade it yourself, but you can assign point values to your short answer or paragraph questions. And also you can add answer feedback. They won't see that until you grade it, but that is there for them to have access to. I don't know if you mentioned it, but the teacher will get an email if the student leaves the lockdown browser during a quiz and tries to re-enter it. I have experienced that sometimes forms allow them to log back into the test and sometimes it will not. Okay, so unfortunately, I think we all know this, but technology is not perfect all the time. So for example, show you an example. So this document that y'all have access to, let me zoom out some. I have it open to where anybody with the link can access it. It doesn't matter if you have a link if you have an email account from Timbuktu, if you are from Mars, it doesn't matter. If you have access to this document, you should be able to view it. But this morning, I still got emails from Google saying this person cannot access the document. So unfortunately, I love Google, but it's not 100% effective all the time. So that may have just been a small glitch, Mrs. McCarthy, to where it should have been working, but because something happened internally, that may have caused the students to be able to log back into the test. So it's probably an isolated event. Does it happen often? Let me know in the chat if it happens a lot. No problem. I wish I could provide a for real answer, but too many times. And to be honest, I have not used the Chromebook feature that much because as soon as they released it, I was no longer a classroom teacher, so I never had the chance to use it with real live children. But I know Google sometimes it does glitch out. And unfortunately, because it is free, our complaining can only get so far. But like I said, they are very respondent to issues that may pop up within the Google suites. Okay, and it happens every single week, Miss McCarthy. McCarthy, let me know if I'm saying your name wrong. Let me know, because my name is different and I don't want people to say my name incorrectly. Are there any other questions about Google Form? A few other things that we're almost done. The send button, clearly you click that, you can send the form to someone. So you can either email it directly from here, or you can get the link and copy and paste it and stick it on your website or stick it in an email or whatever the case may be. And if you're super fancy, you can embed it onto a website. So this is like for the people who use external websites like Weebly or GoDaddy or Wix. You can embed a form to your website using the HTML code. Yep, so Miss Victorian just said, I just post the link to my Google Classroom stream. So yes, you can do that. Don't forget though, in Google Classroom, once it pops up, you do have the option to just go, I'm gonna go right here. If you want to create one from scratch, you can go to your create button and do a quiz assignments, or you can of course just pull it straight into your classroom by going to assignments and then just go into add and then go to Google Drive. And that form should be right there. There you go. So now I can add this to my Google Classroom. So you can, of course, post a link, but you could just come straight to your classroom and pull it right there. And then you'll see the little lock mode on Chromebook option is right there too. Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, Ms. Deborah, I know. Unfortunately, it's not perfect, but yes. And we do, because right now I have my desktop on with my email open in case someone in another training can't get into something. So sometimes this is not perfect, I know. And I wish it was. So that's how you send a form. Here it is. That's how you send a form, either HTML code, your link, or email directly to that person. If you want to add a collaborator to help you make the form, go to your three dots right here, and then go to add collaborators. Click that, and you can now add a collaborator to help you make the form. So now I've shared it with Nikki. She can now come onto this form and help me create the form. So I know when I taught, we had our grade level. We had to do CFAs, common formative assessments across our entire grade level. I was a team leader, so I would have to make all the assessments. Nope. Once we got access to this, I shared it with everyone. We all came together and we created it together. It's no longer on one person. You can all have access to come and create the form or the quiz across the whole entire team or department. This isn't really important, so don't waste time doing this on the assessment, but you can change the theme or the color. So over here, you have a little artist palette. You click that now, choose a header, change the color, or even change the font style. There aren't that many options, but they are there for y'all to use. If I wanted to add my own logo or maybe like a cute little header, I can. They have some already created ones right here for y'all to choose. You can upload your own or use one that you are already created in the past. So I know I have this one for our department. I can hit insert and then insert that logo to our form. And then once it saves, which it clearly is having trouble saving, once it saves, it'll pop up on my form. Are there any final questions before we finish up? So somebody has an idea. I think you can keep the video with the questions and shuffle by putting the video in question in a different section of the same form. So yeah, so that's a good idea, Ms. Kador. Now just be mindful though, if you add additional questions, it will shuffle whatever's in that section. So this is more advanced. You can ignore me what I'm about to say. So over here, remember earlier I said you have the option to add a new section. If I hit add section, it's gonna separate my my form into two different sections. And if I only include my video and my question, only those two things, it should stay, it may end up being on top of each other in a different order, but it will stay together. So you could do that, but the moment you add a third question, it's gonna mess it up a little bit more. So to show y'all an example, how the section works, my email address, I'm gonna answer this first question, my name, hit next, and it's now its own section. So it's together in one area, and you can see that it did reorder those two questions, but because those are the only two questions that I have, is right there, and it is not too distracting to find the other question that goes with it. So yeah, that's a really good idea. But just be mindful, if you add a third question, the more questions you add, the more it'll get shuffled. So yeah, you could add that. That's a very good recommendation, Ms. Kador. Are there any other questions, y'all, or recommendations? And then of course, use Edulastic, y'all. Edulastic it really allows your kids to get used to that testing environment online. So if you really want to get very kind of drilled down to getting your kids prepared for testing, Edulastic is a really good platform, and it's fairly easy to use. And I've already written down some things that I know y'all may want some additional trainings too, so I'm going to reach out to my supervisor and see if she can schedule those. I have Edulastic, I have math for math teachers, Google Forms. So I have some things written down for y'all so we can provide support to y'all. All right, if there aren't any more questions, I'm going to go back to the presentation. Your task is 3 parts. You have this first little task that tells you to create a form, embed a video, and call it something specific, and then share it to me. The second task is to create a quiz. The third task is to create a survey. So there are 3 tasks for practice for you guys. If y'all want to do them, when you have free opportunity to work on something individually, you definitely can, and then share it to us, and we'll look at it and give you feedback if you guys will like it. It is end of day 1. Y'all have some homework. It's nothing complicated, I promise. And it's kind of optional also. The first homework assignment is if you would like to have some extra practice with the multiple choice questions, we have a link right here, the little Google form icon. You click on that, it takes you to a Google form of some practice questions that kind of gets you familiar with what is on the assessment. And then tomorrow, here it is. Tomorrow we're doing Gmail. And I know in EBR, we don't have access to Gmail with our EBR accounts. I'm not sure if y'all do. But if y'all do, come with that ready to go. If you do not, come with the personal Gmail accounts. So to answer my question, do y'all have Gmail access with your CSAL accounts? Let me know in the chat. I know we don't. Okay. Oh, well, y'all are fancy. Excuse me. Y'all fancier than us. So y'all can just come with your EBR, not EBR, I'm sorry, your CSAL logins and access Gmail. So tomorrow we will cover Google Classroom, YouTube, Gmail, calendar, slides, sites, and groups. So tomorrow's like the lanyap stuff, nothing too complicated. The most complicated thing y'all may interact with tomorrow is Classroom, but I think y'all have a good handle on Classroom. But besides that, everything else will be maybe like 20 minutes here and there. Classroom will be a little long, not gonna lie, but everything else will be kind of in and out and will be done for 12 o'clock. If y'all don't have any additional questions, thank y'all so much for tuning in today. We're gonna be back here tomorrow, same time, same place for 8 o'clock on the dots. If y'all need our email addresses, they're right here. Mine, I'm Sahara Haney. My email is sglasper1@EBR Schools. And then, of course, Nikki, hers is nwashington1@EBR Schools. Nikki, do you have anything else you want to add before I let them go?
No, just have a great afternoon. Go enjoy some lunch and relax. Take all this in. I know it was a lot of information. Just go back and review it. And if you do, just come back with your questions. We're always here to respond. But you guys are pretty much on it. And problem solvers, solve your own problems. I love it.
Yeah, like y'all are y'all need to come to EBR and show some of our teachers. Y'all are like really excellent. Y'all are with it. Y'all are truly mastery and in innovation mode. So thank y'all so much for being a great audience. We will see y'all tomorrow morning, y'all. Be safe, stay healthy, and see y'all bright and early at 8 o'clock. Same place, same time. Bye, y'all.